Good morning. It's April 11th, and we're starting the Planning Board meeting. The first item is preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. We'll do the first two. All can vote on the first two, and the third one, all can vote except Mr. Bartley. So the first one is Century Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1200295D. MCPB number 24-038, and the second is Wildwood Manor Shopping Center Site Plan Amendment number 82004016E, MCPB number 24-042. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The third one is Warfield Property Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number 1200095A, MCPP number 24-040. Excuse me. Do I have a motion for approval?
Now move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. There's 4 ayes and 1 abstain. The second we can all vote on is the approval of minutes, the minutes of March 21st, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And there now, this item 2 is record plats. We have 3 this morning where all can vote on. The first is subdivision plat number 22023-1070 Kamarak. The second is subdivision plat number 220240440 Glen Echo Heights, and the third is subdivision plat number 220240590 Locust Hill Estates. All 3 staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the record plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. The ayes have it. Our next item is item number 4, roundtable discussion with our planning director, Jason Sartori. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, board. For the record, Jason Sartori, Montgomery County Planning Director. So it's been a few weeks since I've gotten the opportunity to update you on things, and so for the most part today, I'm going to just give some brief updates on some things that you haven't seen in a while or that may not necessarily be coming before the board anytime soon. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that we're doing on our Thrive implementation strategy, the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, give you an update on that, the General Assembly legislative session, give a real brief update on that because you'll be getting more information from our legal staff, I think, next week with the full commission. Talk about a grant that we received, some conferences coming up, give a personnel update, and talk about the solar eclipse this past week. So this past Monday, we hosted an internal Thrive Montgomery 2050 strategy, implementation strategy workshop. We had it facilitated by an outside consultant. And this is something I've been really excited about because I feel, and the way I keep talking about this to our staff is that, Thrive is much more than a document that we try to seek conformance with when we work on a master plan or when we review a development application, but it's a call to action that we need to be, embracing and kind of looking through. And so this was an opportunity for us to see how you translate Thrive into actual actions. And, as we worked on Thrive, it kind of rushed towards the end, and then, we got it to the council, and the council didn't take these up, but we were working in groups to identify some of these actions. And so we said, it's time for us to go back through those actions, kind of cull the list a little bit, merge things, see what makes sense with the final adopted version of Thrive, and categorize them in some ways. And so we had about 35 of our kind of senior level planners and staff meet to discuss and finalize the kind of a set of actions that Thrive calls for us to do. And we kind of did this work around 6 different themes, and so we had groups set up into those 6 different themes. One was accessibility, mobility, and connectivity. The second was agriculture and food security. The third was centers, corridors, and complete communities. The fourth was design, arts, and culture. The fifth, environment, and the sixth one was housing. And the groups kind of worked on within their theme, and they talked about, I tried to identify different objectives. So for example, the housing theme could include an objective that would say we want to increase the amount of affordable housing in the county. And then within that, there were a number of actions that were identified that the county can take to achieve that objective. Not all of those things are things that we should be doing in the planning department or in the commission. Some of them are things for other agencies. So part of what these teams did was identify who would be the lead agency and what is the mechanism by which this action would be implemented. So it could be a zoning text amendment, it could be a bill, it could be a study that needs to be done, it could be a master plan, it could be a program that's established, it could be a bunch of different things. And so this was, trying to give a little bit more thought about how would you actually go about doing this, and then how long or what time frame should this occur in. And so the thought is, following this, I say we're probably about 2/3 of the way through the work that we intend to do with this. The groups are going to continue to work outside of that workshop to kind of finish honing their list, but also put a little bit of a narrative around each of those themes and the objectives that they've identified, so that in the end, we end up with 6 different relatively short white papers that can be merged together, and we then can pass around to some of our partner agencies internally with the board, with the council as well, to say, here are the things that we've identified, kind of an action plan for Thrive. And it would have all the different action items, objectives, and kind of timelines for implementing all of those actions. And so that's a good portion of this will also be something that we can take the things that the planning department is responsible for leading and integrate those into the strategic plan that we're working on for the department. So it kind of fits in with a lot of the other strategy work that we're doing right now.
Can I ask you a question about
Absolutely.
this?
Yeah.
I don't know how to phrase the question. Many of these objectives, first of all, it's wonderful that you're doing that. My only question is that how realistic this objective would be. For example, in my mind, the last thing you talk about was housing and how we could increase the housing. And we could have objectives and goals and action plans, but many of those action plans, it's not in our control. We can even put timing for it, that we want in 10 years or 5 years this happens, but we have no control over the external environment that actually is the big partner in implementing these. So how realistic that could be, that's something that I question for, and the timing specifically. It could be a wish, it could be a goal, but it may not happen.
Right. And so that's where, once we've done this work internally, our plan is to talk to our partner agencies. So DHCA, talking to DPS, DOT, all the different agencies to see, where they may say, well, you've identified us, but we really don't think it's us. It's a different agency that should be leading this. Or you've identified a timeline that won't really work for us. And so we'll continue to hone it over time with them and then present it ultimately to the county council as hey, we've worked on, initially internally, in part because we wanted it to inform our strategic plan, but then more broadly, very similar to like the Vision Zero Action Plan or the Climate Action Plan, that it should not just be something that's coming out of the planning department.
I can understand agencies, but about is developers and the market. My question is mostly that, because a big partner for this implementation is the market, and it's the developers that is outside the agencies. Sure. That's what I meant.
Yeah. This is largely focused on things that we can control, or that we can on policy changes, and to kind of create an environment that will be more conducive to achieving that objective. And then the hope is that we're doing things that encourage the private sector to be able to do help us achieve it. So I did want to give you an update on the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. Last Tuesday, April 2nd, the County Council unanimously approved the plan amendment. So I wanted to just begin by thanking the board and congratulating you on the adoption of this plan as well. It is very much, a plan that it was your plan too. So, and in particular, thank Chair Harris for all of his time and effort in navigating the plan through the county council. The council's vote follows 4 years, as you know, of extensive research, equitable engagement, and a really great partnership and collaboration with the city of Tacoma Park and the county council as well. You'll get a couple more opportunities to play a role in this plan still. First, you'll approve a resolution of adoption that will subsequently be considered by the full commission. And then in a few months, we'll come back to you with a sectional map amendment, as we did with the Fairland plan recently. And that'll be the opportunity to incorporate the zoning recommendations that are in the plan into our zoning map. We're really proud of this plan, and again, I thank you for your support and contributions throughout the effort, but I also wanted to acknowledge the efforts of our team. So starting with project lead Melissa Williams and master plan supervisor Larissa Clevin, division chief Elza Heisel McCoy, and the many others from planning and parks that worked on this plan, including Tina Schneider, Lauren Stam, Tyler Millam, Saquon Gatling, Kashil Nelson, Lisa Gavoni, Dave Anspacher, Rebecca Ballo, Henry Coppola, Chuck Kynes, Jesus Beck, and Daryl Godfrey. So you could see with any one of these master plans, over the course of time, we have a whole team of people that work on it. There are several people who have actually left the commission that participated and contributed to this plan. So we acknowledge and thank all of them. So Maryland's legislative session for 2024 came to an end this past Monday, April 8th, and it was a pretty busy season for the commission and for Montgomery Planning. This year we were in Annapolis quite a bit, much more, I would say, than we have in previous years, and at least with a stronger presence. And it was a good opportunity for us to develop and strengthen our relationships with our delegation. And we really kind of made a point of doing that and reaching out to delegates while we were there to say, look, we're happy to contribute to the current legislative session, but we're also a valuable resource to you and others in the county. And we hope that we can kind of collaborate off-season to try to find ways to move forward some of our priorities that require state action. I wanted to highlight, there were 2 bills that came out of the Development Review Process Work Group that were adopted, the 2 plat-related bills. The SHA bill and their timeline did not make it through, and we'll see if that can come back next year potentially. The People's Council bill never picked up speed, and so it did not pass. I will say on that topic, we're also in discussion with members of the county council to see if there are ways that we can incorporate the value that was sought in moving forward with that position in other ways, and potentially in partnership between us and the council. And also, something that would support the education and outreach elements of that role with the community. I wanted to just acknowledge, and as I mentioned earlier, the legal team will be briefing, I believe, the entire commission next week. But I wanted to kind of acknowledge once again the folks who helped get us through this session. In particular, Deborah Borden, Jordan Balcom-Colbert, Emily Vyas, Matt Mills, Alana Branda, Bridget Breuer, Karen Warnick, and Carl Morgan for their dedication, perseverance, and support of our efforts throughout the session. But I also want to acknowledge and thank the staff who served as technical experts, oftentimes helping rewrite some of the legislation and working closely with our partners across the state on this. So in that case, I want to acknowledge Robert Cronenberg, Christina Sorrento, Patrick Butler, Dave Anspacher, Lisa Gavoni, Rebecca Ballo, and Eli Glazier for all of their contributions. And so here are some pictures of us, testifying or just meeting and just being in Annapolis. And a great picture of the chair there with Governor Moore. So I'm really excited about this, and it connects directly to some feedback and questions that you had previously, looking at Commissioner Linden, about the growth and infrastructure policy and how we approach our review of from a transportation perspective, and this idea of, can we move to a vehicle miles traveled type of evaluation? And we said that this was something we were interested in. We just weren't really sure how to integrate it, or if we could easily integrate it in a quick enough fashion to be able to get it into this update. And while we were, to kind of as evidence that we've been thinking about this, we put in a grant application to the COG Transportation Policy Board, and we were recently recommended to receive an $80,000 Transportation Land Use Connection Grant to study how we can integrate vehicle miles travel as a metric into our transportation regulatory process. And so this will fund a consultant to help us investigate and document opportunities and potential challenges to using VMT in this way. The consultant will help identify necessary policy and procedural changes to facilitate the use of VMT, and will develop a public-facing tool to estimate daily VMT from potential development projects. And so in this case, I want to thank Eli Glazier, who wrote the grant application and also was pretty vital in bringing MCDOT on board as a fully supportive partner on this. I also wanted to highlight a number of national spring conferences that are taking place over the next few weeks that planning staff will be participating in. Attending and presenting at national and regional conferences helps our staff grow professionally and personally. And these conferences present valuable opportunities to learn about cutting-edge research, meet new people, and build strong professional relationships with others in our planning field. And when our staff are asked to present on the national stage, it's a great opportunity for us to share our lessons learned and raise the profile of the department nationally. And so right now, through tomorrow, Carrie McCarthy, Christina Sorrento, and Atul Sharma are attending the ULI spring meeting in New York. Tomorrow, I head out to Minneapolis for the American Planning Association's 2024 National Planning Conference, and I'll be joined there by Zubin Adrian-Vala, Rebecca Ballo, John Lieberts, Kerry Sanders, Sandra Pereira, and Ariel Zelaya, and George Lettuce. So we'll have a pretty strong contingent there. In addition to connecting with and learning from other industry professionals, we'll be giving a couple of presentations at the APA conference. Zubin will be leading an innovation talk about the qualitative method of gathering and analyzing community feedback that he's been leading for our efforts here. And then I'll be joining Rebecca and John for a presentation on our mapping segregation project. In May, the Congress for New Urbanism annual meeting will take place in Cincinnati, and we'll be sending Paul Mortensen, Natasha Fahim, Tyler Millam, and Commissioner Linden to that conference. And then following each of these conferences, I've asked participants to host a lunch and learn so that we can share the highlights and the takeaways, the key takeaways from the conference with more people from our staff, so that more people get to benefit from the few of us that get the opportunity to be able to go to this. I invite you, when we do those, we'll make sure you're aware of them, and if you would like to come and attend those, we would love to have you. We have one personnel update in the planning department. The Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division has welcomed Kayla Garcia as a planning technician. Kayla received a bachelor's degree in environmental science and management from Cal Poly. Her previous experience includes working with Ducks Unlimited in the Bureau of Land Management as a conservation technician. Kayla gained planning and GIS experience working on suitability analysis projects in her university's town. With us, Kayla will be working with our team here at the info counter on the second floor, and we welcome Kayla to our team. And lastly, I wanted to share some photos from the solar eclipse watch event that we held here on Monday. We gathered across the street here, what you see right out the window in Marion Friar Plaza. I want to thank Commissioner Bartley for joining us, and also to thank Karen Warnick for organizing the watch event and ensuring that we all had the appropriate safety glasses for that experience. It was quite moving, and it was really actually, for me, it was just great to see how many folks came out. It was the same day that we had our Thrive implementation strategy session, and so while that's a day, Mondays are typically days where we have a lot of people teleworking, we required people participating in that to be here, and so there was a good contingent of us that all went out together and watched that. And so it was just fun to get to kind of even embed ourselves in, our community here. And we had a bunch of people who came up from just walking around and asked if they could join in and borrow our glasses, which was great. So with that, I'm done. I'll see if you have any other questions.
Thank you so much, Jason. Do any board members have questions or comments? Yeah. So
Just
Go
one,
ahead.
sorry, just one quick thing. Thanks for letting us know about the VMT related grant. That's great news. I remember you mentioning previously that we were going after that funding. I was just curious around the time frame. If we're bringing on a consultant, I assume we have to find the consultant. Just what's sort of the estimated time frame for kind of start to finish?
I don't know exactly. I can see if I can find out for you, but it's possible. We have a number of consultants. We refer to it as our bench.
on
We
call.
have pre-qualified consultants who, that it may be that we're going to pull someone from the bench, and so if that's the case, it's something we can turn around quicker.
Yeah.
But I also don't know when we officially receive the
Yeah,
money to be
yeah.
able to do that. It might
Yeah.
be a fiscal year '25 thing.
Okay, thanks.
yeah.
Actually, just from a contracting perspective, as we get closer to the end of this fiscal year, it's tougher to turn something around sooner. So hopefully, yeah.
Well, congrats to your team for getting the grant and those who led it.
Yeah, and just like to end by saying that's great that you're taking the Thrive Master Plan and developing action statements and objectives and inculcating that into the staff, because many of them were not here when it was adopted. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for. We're also happy that the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan was approved, and thanks your team for working with us to get that, first developing it and then working with us to get it approved. So that's wonderful, and I really love how you recognize everyone for the work you do. It's it's a team effort. There are people in front of the scene and there's people behind the scenes, but it takes it all to make this work. So thank you for all your hard work, and so we're going to take a 2-minute break now, and we'll start with our next item, item 5, Eastern Capitol Crescent Urban Recreation Park, where staff is recommending approval and adoption of the resolution. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, Eastern Capitol Crescent Union Urban Recreational Park, where staff is recommending approval and adoption of the resolution. We have Brenda Sandberg and Ann Fogelgill with the Parks Department presenting. Welcome.
Thank you, members of the board. We're excited to be here. If you recall, a few months ago, we were here with a very similarly addressed property, 4326. We are now bringing 4328, the adjacent property, to you. Again, this is Eastern Capitol Crescent Urban Recreational Park, which is located on the eastern side of downtown Bethesda. This is just a general map indicating where it is in the county. We'll move on to here. The upper chart sort of shows how this Eastern Capitol Crescent Urban Rec Park is right up against the purple line, and the Capitol Crescent Trail, which is on the north side of the purple line in this stretch, heading into downtown Bethesda. And so you can see how that park relates to existing Elm Street Urban Park and then the future Capitol Crescent Civic Green, more in the center of Bethesda, and how they're clustered there. The particular lot we're talking about today is 4328 Montgomery, 6,400 square foot lot. Again, it fronts both on Montgomery Avenue to the north and the Capitol Crescent Trail on the south. So there's a lot of access and connectivity to be provided by this property. And it is adjacent to the property that I already mentioned we acquired in December of 2023 for this same park. This site has, again, 6,400 square foot. It's slightly larger lot than the lot we acquired a few months ago. It has a 2,200 square foot commercial building. Again, a former single-family residence. That residence has been converted into commercial use over many decades, as have all the buildings on this stretch of Montgomery Avenue. You can see the zoning, and it's within the Bethesda overlay zone. Again, this house was built in 1935, and it's been upgraded and expanded over the years, and it's in very good condition as a commercial building. There is currently a tenant in the basement office space who will continue in that space for a certain period of time after acquisition. The policy rationale, again, it's the same rationale we presented to you in December, the Bethesda Downtown Plan 2017. Again, the goal is to create this active green gateway to Bethesda along the Capitol Crescent Trail, active recreation, social connectivity, again, allow people to get from the community to these amenities onto the Capitol Crescent Trail, or people use the Capitol Crescent Trail to get to this park as a destination for their use. Further, the Bethesda design guidelines that also came out in 2017 gave some very specific guidance about the kinds of amenities that might be appropriate in this park: active exercise playgrounds, flexible open space seating, et cetera. And again, the connectivity is key. It's very close to Bethesda Chevy Chase High School, which is just a block to the north, and again, on the eastern edge of where a lot of development is going forward and creating new residents. This site is also identified as one of the urban open spaces within the legacy open space functional master plan. The three parks that are this park and the Capitol Crescent Civic Green in Bethesda, because they are key stops along the link that is the Capitol Crescent Trail. They provide as urban parks, but they provide connectivity for people to easily get to more green open spaces as well. And so they are put in the legacy open space functional master plan as well. The concept for the future park, a 2-acre dynamic active urban park gateway, again, destination for physical activity and for social connectivity within this area. And again, there are a variety of amenities that may be feasible within this park at its ultimate build-out: fitness, skate park, dog park, flexible play, event areas, social gathering spaces. To explain the graphic here in a little more detail, from east to west, the lot outlined in purple is currently being used by MTA as access for construction of the Purple Line and the trail, and that we believe will be conveyed to parks. That's the intention, for it to be conveyed to parks, to be part of this park. The light green outline shows the entire extent of the park. The parcel we just acquired is in this lighter green right there. Today's recommendation, 4328, is this right here. The orange space right there has a large electrical system that is supporting the power for the purple line. So that will stay in MTA's management as for access to the purple line and to provide the significant power needed for that. So that will create these two, and then over time, we will acquire the rest of those lots. The purchase price for this property, $2,560,000. It's at the exact same price per square foot as the prior acquisition we did recently. Again, we're intending to fund it through a grant from state program open space funds within the park acquisitions PDF. As far as startup costs and OBI, really think about this future park in 3 phases. There's a post-closing phase during which for 1, 2, 3, up to a maximum of 5 years, we could lease these buildings, commercial buildings, to tenants. The rent support would help support our management of the properties in the interim. Once we get what we deem to be enough lots that we could do demolition and create an interim park, very simple, but create some public space that can be used. And so we don't have to wait for every one of these lots to be acquired to create a public open space. And again, CIP and operating budget costs would be determined during that post-closing phase once we decide it's time to move forward with creating an interim park. And then there's the ultimate park phase, which is once we've acquired all the lots we're going to acquire, we'll go through facility planning and find construction funding for the full park. And again, CIP and operating budget costs would be determined during the facility planning process. Bethesda PIP funds may be an appropriate funding source to fund some of the ultimate design and construction for the ultimate park. So today, we're in front of you to request that the Planning Board approve Resolution 24-043 for the acquisition of 4328 Montgomery Avenue property for the future Capitol Crescent Urban Recreational Park for a negotiated price of $2,560,000 to be funded out of the park's acquisition PDF using state program open space funds. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions or comments from the board members?
No, I'm happy that this, idea is coming actually to happen. So that's wonderful.
Yeah. Giving no other comments or questions, I just want to make one comment that we were planning for it. You have the money for it, and I'm happy there are 2 contiguous ones now, so that it allows you to do an interim park if you want to do that, and don't have to wait till you get others. So if there are no other comments or questions, do I have a motion for approval of the acquisition of the Eastern Capitol Crescent piece here to approve resolution number 24-043 for the acquisition of 4328 Montgomery Avenue property for the future Eastern Capitol Crescent Urban Recreational Park for a negotiated price of $2,560,000 to be funded out of the park's acquisition PDF using state POS funds.
I move for approval.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Congratulations. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll start on the item number 6, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science, work session number 3. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science, where planning staff will take us through work session number 3. This morning we have Maren Hill to lead us through this work session. Good morning, Lauren, and we welcome the presentation and leading us through this today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Harris and Planning Board Commissioners. For the record, Maren Hill with the Mid-County Planning Division. As Chair Harris said, we're here today to present the Great Seneca Plan, the work session 3 of the public hearing draft. Our agenda for today will go through a red line recap from last week for the changes that the board made to the public hearing draft. Then we will discuss the overlay zone, the opportunity sites, and then implementation before revisiting some recommendations and going on to next steps. This just shows where we've come from and where we are going in the work sessions. And during this work session, we will be addressing testimony from primarily property owners that submitted testimony regarding the opportunity sites. Just a reminder, for our work session process, we'll show at things that we are removing or recommendations to be removed with a strike through and added language in red. And we will not be bringing small changes. That will be something that the planning board can view in our red line version. So going back to last week, we talked with the planning board about our recommendation for conducting a study of Maryland 28 in collaboration with MCDOT, SHA, the City of Rockville, and the City of Gaithersburg. We've made the following edits to reflect the guidance given by the board last week. So adding language to this recommendation that says to reduce travel lanes on Key West Avenue from 6 to 4 in support of the plan's vision and recommendations, so that there's clarity around what the purpose of the study is. And we've removed the last part of the recommended language. Getting some thumbs up? Okay, great. Thank you. And that is the only red line that we have today. So I'll be moving on to the overlay zone, which in the past we've referred to the overlay zone. We've said this is coming. This is still not the full text of the overlay, but we will be presenting the structure and the purpose of the overlay zone in greater detail. And the overlay zone covers the area in red. It is coterminous with the Life Sciences Center that we've been presenting. And the recommendation in our plan currently says establish a Life Sciences Center overlay zone that supports mixed-use life science development and incentivizes production of affordable and market-rate housing. It's on page 74 of the current plan, current draft. And the rationale behind doing the overlay is really that we're limited by the existing and even the recommended zoning. There are limitations to achieving this mixed-use kind of vision that we have for the Life Sciences Center as a complete community, and I'll walk through some of those limitations. So for example, the LSC zone, and just to actually before we walk through the light purple are properties that are zoned LSC, and the dark pink and the pink are in the CR. The dark pink is in the CR family, and CRT is the lighter pink, just for your reference. So some of the limitations that we've encountered is that the LSC zone currently identifies multi-unit living, office, and retail as limited uses. It also limits the percentage of residential and retail square footage that is permitted in the zone. And CR does not include life sciences as a permitted use.
This is the existing.
This is currently, yes, these are current limitations.
When you say LSC, that is the existing, not the one that we are reviewing right now.
So it gets a little confusing.
Yeah, I'm
There's
confused.
the Life Sciences Center, which is this area in red. And that is not a zone, that's just an area. And then the LSC zone is an actual zone within our zoning code. And the LSC zone is only the light purple on this map. So I know it gets confusing, and I hate talking about I'll say Life Sciences Center when I'm talking about the large geographic area, and I'll say LSC zone when I'm talking about the zone that is in the zoning code. And you are correct that this is referring to currently in our zoning code, the LSC zone does not allow or allows these uses as limited uses in that LSC zone. And also in that LSC zone, it limits the percentage of residential that can be built on a site or commercial. And the CR zone in our zoning code currently does not include life sciences as a permitted use. So these are just some of the limitations and part of the reason that we began pursuing an overlay zone.
Well, this is the part that I have questioned. Why can't you just put it in the new master plan that you're doing?
So I think perhaps if I continue to go through, it may answer that. And we can also stop again if it's not answering that question and go back. But one of the reasons that we pursued an overlay zone is that making changes to countywide zones like the CR zone, the CRT zone, and the LSC, which is actually in other parts of the county as well, is a bigger endeavor than usually we do in a area-specific plan. In the area-specific plans, we are looking at this geographic area and evaluating how the changes will affect this area. But making changes to the CR zone, because it doesn't work in this specific area, might cause problems in other areas if we change the entire zoning code. So we thought that it is better to use an overlay zone to address some of these inconsistencies in the zoning for this geographical area, then change the zoning for the entire county. If the board would like to pursue that, it could be done, but probably outside of the master plan. And that's not the only reason that we're pursuing an overlay zone, and I'll get into some other reasons, but but just to address this specific question about why we didn't just change the zoning code.
So you're saying that in the CRR zone doesn't allow life sciences? correct?
Yes.
And so that so you'd have to create either a whole new zone that can do it all. Right?
Yeah.
Or, and which, so you're just putting an overlay that so the LSC, the zone doesn't have enough flexibility for multifamily or whatever, and then the other one doesn't have flexibility for life sciences, so you just put an overlay over it so that you can get the desired.
Correct, and limiting it to this geographic area,
right.
because we haven't done analyses in the other areas that have CR zones or have LSC zones. So limiting it to an area that we have looked at and said, we believe that this is the correct decision.
Can I just ask one more question?
Of course.
I understand what you're talking about. So if the issue is that anywhere, if we have LSC, we cannot do like residential or multi-family. This is an issue that probably persists everywhere else that we have the LSC. If we do, I don't know if we do have other places or not. So maybe that is something that by itself at one point requires to create a new zoning, not that touch LSC, but create a new zoning that allows that like LSC / R residential, that allows, you, when you do master plan studies, you define areas that you believe it could have this kind of zoning, that we don't keep going and continue adding another overlay zone because our current zoning requirements doesn't include that kind of flexibility that we want to have. I understand
Yeah.
now why you're doing that, but I'm just saying that we just probably, this is a flexibility that we need everywhere else.
And I think that it could be, but it's something that because of the geographic scope, we haven't looked at. So if that is something that the board wants to pursue in the future, I think it makes sense at a county-wide level to look at. So the purpose of this overlay zone is obviously to accompany the master plan and to attract and retain life science development, but also to incentivize the production of housing and achieve that complete community that we've discussed by being like people-oriented, walkable community that really implements the plan's recommendations. The purpose also is to establish consistency in permitted land uses and to increase that flexibility that the Vice Chair spoke of for future development and to support the economic competitiveness of the Life Sciences Center. So that's including allowing multi-unit living, life sciences uses, animal research facilities, offices, and retail as permitted uses, not just in one zone or the other, but throughout the entire overlay zone. And also provide flexibility for tracts that are larger than 5 acres with an underlying zone of LSC to encourage a mix of uses while maintaining focus on the life sciences. This is currently in the LSC zone, this tracts of 5 acres or more. So it's to provide greater flexibility, basically, and to make the consistency, though. So if you are, working in one part of the LSC or the Life Sciences Center, and your property is next to another, that they can really build the same things for the most part. And as part of this overlay zone, what we are recommending is through the provision of public benefit points, that properties would be able to access an additional density and height of up to 200% of their mapped density and and a height of up to 200 feet. And I'll get into this a little bit. We've been working very closely with the incentive zoning project, which I know has not yet come back to the board with their recommendations, but we've been working in tandem with them when in our approach to public benefits. Part of the reason that we wanted to include this, additional access to density and height is a lot of the LSC zone is, a lot of the Life Sciences Center is zoned with an FAR of 1 to 1.5. And this would allow the area to develop more like some of the metro centers and CBDs that we have in the county and reach kind of that density of between 2 and 4 FAR, which we think is appropriate for this area with development. We are tying that additional density to public benefit points, so the properties would have to provide beyond their expected public benefits to achieve that greater FAR. And this is just a comparison chart that you can kind of see the range of FARs in areas throughout our county that are at metro sites or that are considered CBD areas with that concentration of housing and commercial and employment uses. So as I mentioned, we've been working very closely with Atul Sharma and his team when developing the public benefit structuring for the Life Sciences Center overlay zone. So for optional method development, to earn that additional density, they would have to provide public benefits in some of the following categories. You don't have to provide public benefits in each category to get it, but you can choose it. So the categories that they have been working with are housing for all, and there would be specific public benefits enumerated in the overlay zone that developers could choose to pursue to get this additional density, and they'd be they would be tied to actual benefits and an increase in FAR. So it would be like, if you do this, you could achieve 0.25 more FAR than your mapped FAR. So housing for all, infrastructure for compact growth, complete community amenities, and environmental resilience. And the incentive zoning project will have these categories and lists for the entire county, but ours will be, the ones included in the overlay will be specific to this area and really looking at benefits that we believe will further the vision of the plan. In addition to just the zoning uses that we wanted to provide more flexibility with, we do have some design standards and procedures that would be included in the life sciences overlay zone that speak to kind of the experience, the public realm of the area. So things like prohibiting parking between the building and the street that emphasize a strong preference for structured or underground parking, eliminating parking minimums requirements, requiring all development in the proposed overlay zone to seek sketch and site plan approval, and establish the building placement, orientation, and transparency requirements through site plan approval process. We would also require optional method development for any projects that are seeking anything above a 0.5 FAR. It's typically at 1. And we are reducing so currently, projects are required to purchase BLTs or make payments to the Agricultural Land Preservation Fund at an amount equal to 50%. This is out of step with other areas in the county. This is for the LSC zone currently. So we're recommending reducing that payment to an amount equal to 7.5 of the incentive density floor area, and that is consistent with the requirements in the current CR zone. And then we would also require site plan approval for limited uses.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
When on the third bullet, you say require all development to be to do sketch plan and site plan. What is it right now? They have a standard method? When you say require, is versus what?
And I might ask Matt to speak to this, my colleague Matt, who is coming up.
The reason I am asking
Yeah.
that is that if we make it more cumbersome for permitting requirement, it's going to shy them away. If it takes longer and costlier to do their development, that may discourage them. So I don't know versus what we are talking about, because most of these requirements, it's going to add time and money for them. So I don't know exactly what is it that we are talking.
Yeah, before I turn it over to my colleague Matt Folden, I do want to say that one of our goals in this was to balance the contributions of private development with kind of flexibility and incentives. And so part of it, I mean, I think one of the things, the BLT payments, Matt, do you know how much a full BLT is? It's like 200-something thousand. So a lot of projects, because they're just doing 7.5%, they don't actually end up purchasing a whole BLT when they go into, when they have to make those payments as part of the development review process. In the LSC, we're finding, the LSC zone, we're finding that they are paying way above that because they have to do 50% of their value. So they're actually paying, hundreds of thousands of dollars on this. So this is a huge incentive that we're reducing the amount that they would have to pay. So I think that there is a balance between putting in additional requirements and also easing others to make it more affordable and accessible to develop in this area. But I will turn it over to Matt Folden to talk about the site and sketch plan requirements.
Sure, and thank you for the question. If you wouldn't mind, could you just please ask me your question again? I want to make sure that I fully understood.
So my question is that under this requirement, because it says development standards and procedures under this overlay zone, it would be very beneficial that we compare what is it right now versus what kind of requirement and procedures we are requiring under this overlay zone, and how it would impact applications in regard to time and also the amount of fees that they have to pay. Like Maren just said that the requirement for BLT is actually an incentive. I can't tell. I thought that it's additional. So I said, okay, this doesn't sound good. But then she explained. For us, it helps to see that if this requirement, how it impacts the development in future with this overlay zone. That was I was asking. Clear? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And for the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor in the Mid-County Division. Where the overlay would add the requirement to do an optional method development, it would require sketch plan application, which would be an increased fee. Oftentimes, that sketch plan, what we see in practice is the sketch plan can be reviewed concurrently with a preliminary plan. Sometimes it can be reviewed concurrently with a site plan, depending on what needs to happen on the specific property. If there's already a lot, we don't need to see the preliminary plan. Sometimes we can do a speed to market application where we can see all three sketch, preliminary, and site plans together. But it would be an additional, pardon me, it would be an additional application fee, sometimes more process, but not necessarily. But it does give staff and the board an opportunity to look at the project at a more detailed level and try to get some of those master plan incentives that are envisioned through the overlay zone.
Thank you. I get it. I think it's always when we require changes, if you provide like a chart that what is it right now and what we are saying and how it's going to impact. This way, then we would see it. And we have an opportunity not to ask these questions if we don't have to.
No, that's helpful feedback. Thank you. That's good.
I just want to make sure that I'm providing the appropriate amount of information here. One thing that I was going to point out is that with the overlay zone, reducing some of the limitations in the LSC zone that would allow some of the uses that Ms. Hill highlighted, and also the same reduction in limitations for the life science uses in the CR zone, that would be one of the benefits, is you could do a wider array of uses within those zones because you're under the overlay zone. So there's an incentive for the private sector if they want to pursue that.
Thank you. So just the process for this overlay zone, as we've mentioned before, the overlay zone does not live in the plan. It's a concurrent but separate project. So the LSC overlay zone will require a zoning text amendment, a ZTA, that's a separate action and approval process than the plan. So I think at this point, one thing that we wanted to get from the planning board is to receive guidance or feedback on this, the proposal that we've set forth right now, so that we can get to work on the draft ZTA that would, the planning board would review and approve, review, change and approve perhaps, and then transmit to council. And we would likely be doing this soon, so that a draft at least can be submitted to the council that they can review while they are reviewing the Great Seneca Plan.
So it'll just go along with the proposed master plan. The ZTA will just go, they'll be looking at both concurrently. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
so, and instead of submitting it as instead of the board, or sorry, the council holding a public hearing on the ZTA at the same time that they're doing it with the plan. Instead, they would have a draft. And part of the idea is that this would allow the incentive zoning project to kind of catch up with where we are so that the board is reviewing it, the council is reviewing it as well.
I would be fine with that.
Yeah, you're fine.
And if there's anything that you saw in the presentation so far about the overlay zone that you would like us to change or that you have concerns about,
Can I just,
sure.
with the, requiring the optional method of development at 0.5 FAR, why that? Why the reduction from 1?
So one of the things that we see in this area is that the sites are extremely large, so that we're seeing a number of properties that kind of will go below the 1 and not do the optional method development and not provide public benefits in the same way. So the idea is that you can actually get quite a lot of development on these sites and still be under 1. So lowering it so that we have some of the tools in the regulatory toolbox when we review these sites. And this has been done in other areas as well, so there is precedent for this.
Can I ask you another question? If you have an overlay zone, the developers, they have an option to just use not to use overlay zone, or they have to use the overlay zone?
No, they will be required to use, the overlay zone will cover the area, but there are things in the overlay zone that they can choose to pursue or not pursue. Like not everyone will choose to pursue additional density. But the things that we are easing, the flexibility that we're adding will apply to everyone.
Okay, so overlay zone would be a requirement for anybody that overlay zone is designed for. They have to
Any
follow it,
application
yes.
that's coming in the Life Sciences Center that's within the boundaries of the overlay zone.
They have to follow it.
They would be subject to the requirements in the
Okay.
overlay zone and as well as the incentives.
Got it, thank you.
Sure.
And if I may, Commissioner, so Ms. Hill is providing you kind of the broad perspective of what an overlay zone would cover with some bullet points that get to specifics for incentive density, for flexibility within that zone. It will go, it'll be submitted concurrently with the master plan as it is now, but it will go on a separate track. So it'll come back for a public hearing for the board. So you'll get more specifics, more detail at a later stage, but at least for now, they're getting kind of a broader understanding so that when the draft is initiated, it gives them an idea of kind of what to focus on, and then it'll come back and be submitted as part of a totally separate zoning text amendment. Yeah. So you'll see it again.
So it's interesting that we haven't seen it yet, but this incentive density point, so you're saying there'll be there could be different for different areas, is that what you're saying? So like the benefit points here may be different than the benefit points in Bethesda, maybe be different from the criteria in Silver Spring, correct?
Yeah, and I think in the past, one thing that we've done through master plans is sometimes say the preferred public benefits are X, Y, and Z. So we've called out public benefits in the past in our master plans. And this is it's more structured, and it also says not just that these are the preferred public benefits, but like these are the public benefits for this area. And that's something that they did with the Bethesda downtown plan, where they really limited the public benefits to things that they thought were really appropriate for Bethesda and reached the vision for the plan. So while we've done that to some extent, I think that the incentive zoning is kind of like an evolution of that process and a refinement where I believe when Atul Sharma and Bilal Ali came to you earlier, They had done research about which public benefits were being used, were developers following what was in the master plan, and, they found varying results. So this is a way to kind of focus that more. So I believe the expectation is that, master plans might continue to direct public benefits. And in this case, this would just affect our area.
And for the record, Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor for the Mid-County team. I just wanted to add one additional element, which is that the public benefits that we're thinking about are sort of directly tied to the recommendations in the plan. And that's the kind of value of having the master plans identify those specific public benefits, is that they can be very much connected to the recommendations in the plan rather than being kind of higher level or more general. They can be very specific.
Can you give an example of, like, for this plan, or you want to, no
Sure.
sneak previews?
No, an example could be, for example, in the infrastructure for compact growth, that could be, one public benefit that could be considered would be a contribution to the Key West Avenue Promenade or a contribution to the Great Seneca Greenway. In the, complete community amenities, that might mean going beyond your required public open space to deliver a, consolidated, publicly accessible open space of a certain size. So kind of really tying it back to the recommendations that we've talked about in the Life Sciences Center over the last few work sessions.
I have a question with regards to the building lot terminations and the requirement to purchase those. Is that an incentive for developers, or is it an opportunity to restrict development in the area?
So right now, the purchasing of building lot terminations, easements, or making payments is a requirement that exists in the CR zone and in the LSC zone. And the change that we're making is that in the LSC zone, we found that they're required to spend a lot more money, pay a lot more because it's a larger percentage of their density FAR that we require them to do. So, typically in the CR zone, it's 7.5%, so it's small. But we're saying 50% of the value is large. So we just want to shrink that down to 7.5% to make it consistent with the CR zone. So for developers who are working in the LSC zone, this would be a big benefit, then reduce costs to development in the LSC zone.
Have they been buying BLTs in the LSC zone? I mean,
Yes.
okay, all right.
Yes, and I apologize, we don't have a list of them, but we did look into, the kind of the money that was going through to purchasing these BLTs. And it is substantially more per project than more comparable CR projects.
And not to be a spoiler, but I think with the incentive zoning, one of the conversations we've been having with Office of Ag and some of the groups is as we evaluate the TDRs, which are also part of the incentive zoning, no one's ever tapped into the TDRs. They've gone, the BLT is a requirement. So we've been evaluating how to kind of true the TDRs up with the BLTs so that there are some opportunities to kind of focus on two very important programs that support the Ag Reserve, both the preservation and the conservation efforts. And so you'll be seeing that, I think, soon as we, hopefully when Mr. Sharma gets back and is able to present that to you. So.
If there are no other questions, then I can move on to the opportunity sites and the testimony received. First, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Luis Estrada.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, Luis Estrada with the Mid-County Division. And I just wanted to do a brief introduction of the urban design approach of the master plan in a way to introduce how we're handling questions and approaches with regards to the opportunity sites. And I wanted to start with a reminder of where we were at 2010 and what the 2010 plan recommended for this area. The plan in 2010 identified 5 districts. Each one of those districts had its own internal character, and the idea was to all of those districts together were going to contribute to the creation of this as a life sciences area. But in the end time, those districts were still separated by significant roadways in between them, and each one of them had its own particular character. What we're doing with this plan amendment, if we go to the next slide, is to have a more deliberate approach to treat the entire area as one, and to expand the connectivity network that was envisioned in the prior master plan to ensure that mobility is actually achieved and to create a better environment for all types of mobility, particularly pedestrians, which are significantly challenged in some areas of the plan. And to that effect, some of the recommendations that are included, particularly the recommendation about transforming Key West Avenue and a portion of Great Seneca Highway, are important to achieve that connection between all the districts that were recommended in the prior plan. And the other thing that we're trying to do here is to have a more deliberate approach about promoting mixed-use development within all the districts. And in the prior plan, we had identified one district that was going to be a housing resource for the entire area. In this case, we're trying to spread out the residential development in areas that we believe where we believe development is feasible, and that's what tees us up into the conversation about the opportunity sites. The next slide. And we see those as opportunities to advance this notion that life sciences and other types of uses like residential can live together. So we have identified these as having potential for infill development in key locations. And what we've done with this diagram is that we're trying to differentiate between the properties that have already developed in campus fashion and the ones that we believe have more potential for introducing a mix of uses. The properties that are outlined in blue are the ones that we believe have a greater potential for actually achieving that mix. The rest of the properties, most of them have large approvals that are either implemented or in the process of being implemented. So as campus developments, it's unlikely that they will change course in the near term, but by promoting mixed-use development and the properties where we think can achieve it, we think that could be the beginning of a transformation process for the area. And it's important to note that within the properties that we believe have potential for achieving mixed uses, they all contain recommendations to expand our mobility network and our open space network. So even though the implementation of those networks will be incremental and sort of piecemeal, if you want to call it that, achieving those pieces is important to the overall goal of expanding connectivity throughout the area.
Thank you. As we get into the opportunity sites, we're going to start out with some language that staff believed we should add to the plan to just clarify. This plan, this language actually already exists in the plan, but throughout the testimony received, we did see concerns about the road alignment and open space. So while this language is already in the plan, we think that it would be worth repeating in the plan to make it abundantly clear. So this says on page 63, the first chapter, the first section where it talks about opportunity sites, there's a single paragraph that introduces the opportunity sites. So at the end of that paragraph, adding the language for all figures, final road and open space alignment and design will be determined with new development or redevelopment at the site of regulatory review. Just to make it clear that while our maps show an intention, they show this is an east-west connection that we want, and we think that this is approximately where that should be placed. We understand that regulatory review is a much finer-grained review of the actual site, and that adjustments do need to be made at that time. So we would like to add this language that, as I mentioned, is already in the plan, just repeat it.
Can I ask?
Please go ahead.
I like the language. I just want to see that if it is inclusive of, if one section is not possible or the timing is not beneficial to have one section, does that include it or not? Supposedly, one grid may go through the a proposed property or their master plan property. Can we realign the realignment or other options that it may not be exactly the same kind of interval that you're looking for? It may not be exactly in the straight line, but it may go around. Does this sentence include that option? Because I have heard concerns about that. That's why the reason I asked that.
And we will have an opportunity to look at specific roadways as well that the board received testimony about. I would say this does provide the flexibility for the regulatory team if there are circumstances that are, I don't know what word to use, extenuating circumstances that there can be adjustments made. We also, there are lots of examples of providing roads in phases that pass through multiple properties. Even in this plan area, Blackwell Road, which runs to the north of the Adventist Medical Center, has been built in phases by different property owners, and is actually one of the remaining large legs of Blackwell is supposed to be delivered this summer. So, this is something that our regulatory team works with, and that is really common in development review processes, that, things are occasionally built in phases, and that our transportation planners, our environmental planners will be looking at the proposed plans and making those adjustments during their process with applicants, at the time of review.
So I understand that, it's done in phases. I think you're also saying if you had to relocate it 30 feet, because of whatever proposed X, can it go around, with the whole, is there some flexibility there? I mean, we're just being hypothetical, but just throwing it out there, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I think the short answer is yes. There are so many extenuating circumstances when we look at specific development applications, and this is really kind of the bread and butter of what we do on the regulatory side every day. Sometimes the lines in the master plan work out perfectly. They don't conflict with buildings, the grade works out, the intersection spacing is fine. And sometimes developers come in and they say, this building on our site needs to remain because it's fully leased, and that lease continues for many years, or we've run into a grading issue. So oftentimes what we do is we say, okay, the intent of the plan was to really break down the block and achieve a connection that's midway between these two existing intersections. Show us an alignment that works while maintaining the building, just illustratively, that you want to maintain here. And we would need to look at what are the implications across sites that you don't control? How does it connect? Does it still work? Does it achieve the intent of the master plan here? That conversation would also involve our partners over at DOT and DPS, just to make sure that it meets all the roadway design and safety and all those things. And so, yes, those things can shift. It's just a matter of looking within the context of, does it still achieve that goal? Does that goal still make sense?
Well, can we then say that for all the figures are supposedly like this. The figures are an illustration for the intent of the master plan. So this is the intent. However, the final road and open space alignment and design will be determined with the new development. But it says that these are illustrations to show the intent, but it may not happen exactly like the way that we are showing, because as what you said, there is an existing building. It may be more than 40 foot. It may be 100 foot that they have to go around.
I would like to check with my colleagues on this. I think that the concern I had of adding that it's illustrative is while the final road alignment and the exact location will be determined at the time of regulatory review, this is really a preferred alignment that we've looked at where to best break up the block and to our best abilities without doing a site plan or preliminary plan level of analysis, said this seems to make sense from an environmental perspective, from a transportation perspective, and from an urban design perspective. So it's, I think that when we look at this is illustrative. This is not meant to be, everything is perfectly exact. The others are, the other like roadway maps do show what we think the preferred alignment is, but if necessary, the regulatory team that is responsible for reviewing these projects can make changes as appropriate. But that is my only concern with adding illustrative, but I would defer to my colleague.
Well, you may not say all figures. You may just say that for the grid or the one that you just showed.
And we
You could just
actually,
say that.
surprise, actually do have language about that also.
And I would just second that and say, to use a word like illustrative on very specific road recommendations makes it more difficult for us to negotiate for master plan roadways in the future. And the language that's proposed on the screen here in red is pretty consistent with what we've seen on other master plans, and not just recent master plans, but over many years. And so it gives us the opportunity to really refine that during the regulatory review.
And that's fine, if that's what you're thinking. The only thing it is that I want to make sure that there are enough flexibility in the language that allows specific circumstances that still they can have, the developers, they can have their master plan done in conjunction with the road, but, each have to make some kind of sacrifice or change.
I appreciate that, and I think it was really important for our team to, our master plan team to work hand in hand with the regulatory team in our division to review the language to say, we want to make sure that we're not creating barriers in the future that will tank a development because we don't allow that little bit of flexibility. Matt Folden and his team were really great about reviewing the language that we put in the master plan, both for consistency across other master plans, such as, I think, Littonsville or Westbard and Bethesda, but then also in their experience of actually, implementing the master plan, saying this language would give us more flexibility to work with an applicant if these issues came up. So, yes.
So I think we're good with this. I think we're good to go to the specific sites where there may be more comments. So if no other questions or comments, are you good?
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. So we received some concern about this conceptual diagram that is in the plan. So we just want to add additional language to the caption of the illustrative, of the conceptual diagram, where we are saying this is an illustrative sketch intended to convey a sense of desirable future character rather than detailed recommendations for a particular design. Getting the thumbs up. So that we will add that if the board chooses to this conceptual diagram so that it's clear that the alignment is not always perfect. And we are also going to make one small change. If you can see my mouse, I can't tell. No, I don't think so. But of some of the road alignments that were slightly off with our non-illustrative maps, but just to make sure that they are as closely reflected as possible.
One question on this. It sounds like, so I just want to make sure that our use of illustrative in this sense is clear what it applies to within this particular sketch. It obviously is showing kind of proposed connections too. And so I just don't want to, I want to make sure we're not sort of conflating kind of what is illustrative with what, you know, like you mentioned, kind of these, the more preferred things that
I
you're
think,
talking about.
and again, I would look to my colleague, Matt Folden, but I believe that because we will have other maps that do not have that illustrative language that show the roadway connections, that, you know, there'll be an understanding during the review process that that is the preferred alignment and the connections. And I'm getting a nod, so I think.
Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief Mid-County Planning. I also think what we could do is make it really clear in the plan itself, because this is more of an urban design diagram, whereas our other aspects of the plan that relate to transportation are more technical in nature and have, you know, you might see the tables that we have where we have different road classifications in the plan. We also have a roadway network map. So maybe through the plan editing, we can kind of make it really clear this is an urban design conceptual look at the plan.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. I think that, yeah, that gets at my concern. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we received testimony from the following. If you see, this follows the memo that was part of the board's packet. The board received both a staff report that responded to various testimony received, as well as the testimony itself as an attachment. So the in red are the areas that we have suggested amended language, but we do have slides for in response to all of them. So just as we structured it with the transportation work session last time, we can either just go through every item, or we can jump to the items that the board is concerned about discussing.
So there were a couple that we got, well, maybe you should go through, but
Okay.
maybe you can start with maybe the Adventist and whatever, however you want to do it, but.
We can go through it, and perhaps I'll move through it quickly
Yeah.
unless the board would like to spend
Right.
time on a specific testimony. Okay, so starting with the Bellward campus, on here you can see pictures of the site as well as renderings for future development. The Bellward site has an existing preliminary plan, so that's the black and white in the corner, as well as two existing site plans. One, if you look in that diagram up top, for the northern part of the site for Trammell Crow, and the southeast corner for a surgical center, Johns Hopkins Surgical Center. And we may refer back to these pictures for the board. So the testimony that we received from Johns Hopkins and Trammell Crow was requesting that the Bellward campus should be included in the creation or expansion of a red transportation policy area as recommended in the public hearing. And this is the plan recommendation. The existing recommendation is designate the downtown area type within the Life Sciences Center as a red transportation policy area. And this is the map that you can see. Only the green area is the downtown type, so that would be the only area currently that is that would be part of the red policy area. And red policy areas traditionally have been at metro stations. They've been at places with very high levels of transit connectivity, as well as other options for travel, such as walking and biking infrastructure as well. Working with our colleagues in CPP, who are currently working on an update to the Growth and Infrastructure project, we've had conversations about expanding the red policy zone or red policy areas in our plan, and come to this. So we recommend keeping the current designations limited to where they are, so just in that green, and not expanding it to other parts of the plan area. And the reasons for this is that a red policy area really should have kind of urban, walkable, connected, just like the highest levels of that walkability and transit service. And right now, what you have is, you can see on the Bellward site, which is in the northwestern corner, that there's, in terms of public roadways, there's actually a fairly limited street grid that's planned for that site. And while there is future transit for that site, there is a line planned. You can see a dedicated transit line that will go through the Bellward site. There are actually 3 lines that will serve the downtown area that we've identified and designated as a downtown. The part of it is that what goes along with the red policy area is the both lower impact taxes, but also that they do not have to meet the traffic adequacy metric during the development review process. So basically, they don't have to look at that. Our feeling is that it needs to be designed in a way where we're greatly reducing the likelihood of traveling by car in the area to be part of the red policy area. So staff's recommendation is to keep this recommendation as is.
So are the proposed roadways through that site, are those designed to accommodate the existing approvals for that site?
Yes. So if we go back here, and I think actually on the preliminary plan and on the site plan, it might show both private and public roadways. So the roadways that we're showing on this map are just the public roadways. They do have a private loop road that kind of serves the campus. If I go back to there, which you might be able to see. So there is some additional connectivity, but it's more like a driveway or a parking lot. It's not a public roadway, so we don't consider it as contributing to the street grid.
Yeah.
And these are their existing approvals. These are based on the preliminary plan that they have that dates back to the 1990s, and the site plan for Trammell Crow that was heard last year, I believe, by the planning board, and the surgical center, which I believe was heard the year before that.
It's a little hard to tell from this map, but are they proposing other non-vehicle connections through the site as part of that?
Yes, the approved plan for Bellward does have a trail network that goes through the site.
Okay. And is that trail network pretty extensive, like from corner to corner, from Muddy Branch to the other side?
Yes, I'm trying to remember exactly the specifics. On the north side, you can see there's a park area, that's the Muddy Branch Park that goes right there along the roadway to the west. And then in the center of the site, there's a stream valley area and a forest retention area. There's a trail network through there, and then also through the Mission Hills Preserve forested area along the north.
Okay, gotcha. And so, sorry if you've already covered this and I'm repeating myself. I'm trying to understand at what point, so nothing's been developed, there are approvals in place, and those are at the preliminary?
So because it's such a large preliminary
Yeah,
plan.
they're in different stages, yeah.
So the northern part, so everything north of that east-west road, everything north of that is under a site plan, and that has been approved as a site plan.
Okay.
The preliminary plan covers the whole site, and then there's another site plan approval, which is the southeast corner, and that's for a surgical center.
Okay.
So those two are under site plan, and then next to the surgical center is the historic Bellward farm buildings that you can see kind of in
Yeah.
the center, and then the area to the west, but still south of that east-west road, is under a preliminary plan, but not a site plan.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess I'm trying to understand, what future actions would trigger LATR that haven't already been, if they're through site plan for the upper half, presumably, even with a red policy area, that doesn't really impact them at that stage, if they're for that half of the site.
Right, so the adequate public facilities ordinance was satisfied through the preliminary plan, and so what's happened with each of the subsequent site plans is there's basically a traffic study, or rather a traffic statement, which is just a memo that comes in and it quantifies however many trips are basically encapsulated within the density that's under the site plan. It compares that against the number of trips that was approved under the preliminary plan, because that's the governing document for the APF. But in the red policy area, the motor vehicle adequacy wouldn't come into play. And here of late, the life sciences uses have not been triggering LATR review. And I think, from what I understand, that's to be carried forward as part of the LATR update.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's helpful. I guess I don't want to take up too much more time on this one piece, but my initial thinking is that it's so close to the downtown. There will be connections to the site. There are benefits to not having to do motor vehicle adequacy, in many ways, regardless of if you're in a downtown area or not. But at the same time, I'm not seeing that many kind of applicable parts of the site, moving forward that would be subject to kind of reduced requirements in that way.
So the other piece of it is the impact taxes.
The impact taxes, right.
That
right.
they're at a lower rate
Yeah.
than if it were in an orange policy area.
And those are levied at the time of permitting?
Yes.
Okay, so they would, so for the entire site, they would be subject to lower when they get to that stage. Okay.
Sorry, just one point of clarification, which is that the growth and infrastructure policy in the past has exempted the biohealth uses from the impact taxes. I believe that's still in the recommendations that are before you currently. So just one kind of added complication to the discussion.
So are you really then saying it doesn't matter?
Belt and suspenders, I think, is
So I do think that, in conversations with our colleagues who do transportation planning and who do the growth and who work on the growth and infrastructure policy, this was a conversation about, the integrity of kind of a downtown area type and downtown development, and saying, kind of incentivizing that type of dense gridded network. So this is the recommendation of the staff, but
I would also add, for the record, Carrie Sanders, the transportation service to the area is an important consideration here. And I think on the previous slide, Marin, you had showed that we have high-quality transit lines that are nearby, but they aren't running through the site in the way that they're running through for the Life Sciences Center.
Yeah.
So, there is a distinction between these two areas, the Bellward and the Life Sciences Center, and that the Bellward it doesn't have quite the connectivity that we would expect from a downtown. It also doesn't have the service that we would expect from a downtown. So it does have some characteristics that make it different than the LSC area.
I think that it can be also helpful to think, because I often forget when looking at this map, that this is a huge area that's larger than downtown Silver Spring, and I kind of think of it, because I'm very familiar with downtown Silver Spring, living on the edges, that there are areas of downtown Silver Spring that are a core area with very walkable, very bikeable, and have lots of high-quality transit. And while I consider myself in downtown Silver Spring, I'm definitely on the outskirts, and that it's different than the core of the area. So I think thinking in this in a similar way, if there is a core downtown, and then there are still dense walkable areas surrounding that core, but that there is a recognizable.
Yeah. Can I just say this? So maybe we can move this forward. I just want to get to your opinion. So the developer, in that case, is whether it's a red or orange, are getting the same sort of similar, getting the benefits really of the, because they have lower impact taxes anyway because of the use, right? Because they're, so to keep the integrity of red as sort of the closer to the downtown area, I'm okay with, not having it red. But another piece that the applicant had asked is that, so if they change for anything, if they come back and amend their site plans or whatever, they are subject to the new requirements of the Life Sciences Center there.
No.
And I think that was a question.
That's only if they amend their approval. Their existing approval
Okay.
is what it is.
Okay.
But if they come back and amend their approval, then they will be subject to the new plan.
So is there an amendment light or amendment is an amendment? Is that what what is,
An amendment is an amendment.
yeah. Okay, so why don't we just go through the pieces? Should it be, go with staff and that keeping, it doesn't qualify for red, or that's on the table now, correct? Do we?
Yeah, in this case, I think I'm okay going with staff's recommendations. I do think that it's maybe worthy having a larger conversation as part of the growth and infrastructure update around red policy areas and what they cover and kind of what motor vehicle adequacy implies for kind of mitigation that they would be responsible for. I think that there's probably useful conversations to have on this end, but for this site, yeah, I think it's fine as suggested.
Other, Mr. Bartley?
I agree with Commissioner Linden. I don't have any problem with the specifics of what they would be, addressing, like the impact taxes are what they are, the thing, the motor vehicle adequacy, I have no problem. But I don't think extending that, you'd have to hop over a couple of other properties too in there to connect them to what is the extent of the current red policy area, and it's just not designed for that. It's not it is a campus style, as you said. It's not designed for that. I mean, I think it's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Great, thank you. Other testimony that we received from about the Bellward site as well, basically just asked us to add additional language that recognized the approvals and cross sections that are already that are existing and that are the same as the cross sections that we have in the plan for the roads as well. So adding the red in, staff agreed with adding this language that just clarifies that it is in line with the approved, valid and approved plans. Great.
Good.
All right. The final testimony that we received from Johns Hopkins was about adaptive reuse. They requested that we use the word consider adaptive reuse of the historic farmhouses on the Bellward site. Currently, we have this recommendation that staff affirms, which is require adaptive reuse of the historic Bellward farm buildings that will remain for recreational, educational, social, institutional, or cultural uses that complement the community and new development. And we believe that this is in line with both the understanding of the 2010 plan as well as approved preliminary plans for the site. And I believe the board also received a letter from the Historic Preservation Commission in support of this current recommendation as well.
So just, if it said consider and not use, it doesn't mean if you consider it and it apparently someone said didn't work, does that mean they tear it down? What are the consequences of?
They can't tear it down, but they could just let it sit, kind of empty and unused. Our staff, multiple teams in the planning department did go on a tour throughout the county with Johns Hopkins University to highlight some of the examples of adaptive reuse of historic farm buildings throughout the county. And I have my colleague Rebecca Ballo here also from Historic Preservation that can speak to both the process with Johns Hopkins and what requiring adaptive reuse means.
Thank you, Rebecca Ballo, for the record. I believe that Marin really covered it. In terms of the difference between considering and requiring adaptive reuse, the expectation from the community for the better part of the last 30 years was that the property would be adaptively reused into some type of, community-facing use. And we've been in discussions, again, with Johns Hopkins for many, many decades about what their desires for that may be. We went on tours with them of other adaptively reused farm sites throughout the county. It is a designated master plan historic site. It has been designated since 1984 with an environmental setting of 7 acres. But also in terms of, adaptive reuse versus not, if it were not adaptively reused, that would mean that it would be mothballed permanently, which was not the goal of the previous master plan vision for the property. It is not the vision that we're discussing today. Or they could reuse it as a farm building, as a residence and as farm structures, which is not in line with, I believe, Johns Hopkins' vision for the property. So we would recommend keeping the current language.
Can I ask a question on the environmental setting piece? It's 7 acres, you said, for the
Yes.
for the site. So, and I apologize if this is, a very dumb question. It might be. So, the adaptive reuse requirement, does that apply to the buildings, only the buildings? Could they use other parts of the site that are not the buildings and sort of get up, not have to preserve kind of the surrounding acreage, or reuse it in a way that's sort of, resembles how it's currently being used, which is really just fields. But I'm just curious, how the environmental setting kind of overlaps with the adaptive reuse
Sure,
requirement.
and no, that's an excellent question, because the environmental setting is the purview, that creates the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission
Yeah.
to approve or deny any permits for alterations. Use of the site is really separate from the HPC's consideration. They look at alterations for sites that are farms that continue to be farms, and then permits for sites that were farms that are now, commercial buildings or religious institutions. So if, maybe this is what you're getting at, could Johns Hopkins construct other buildings on the site that would complement a different type of use? Is that maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
they could,
Okay.
within the 7 acres. The designation talks about specifically preserving the view up the driveway with the trees, and that it really creates the agricultural setting, as you're coming up the driveway to the house, and then the agricultural buildings. So yes, the HPC could easily review and consider construction of new buildings that would fit within that setting if they were needed to, promote another use on the property. An example is the Spencer Carr House that has a historic house, a dairy barn that was adaptively reused for a daycare and a childcare center, and then they built their church, and then they built their solar farm in back of that, all within the environmental setting, and that was all reviewed and approved by the HPC.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's really helpful. I think it makes me feel more comfortable about the staff's recommendation, just knowing that there is flexibility within the environmental setting. So the buildings themselves, but then they can sort of, as you mentioned, there's options for how to incorporate other features around them.
And my only concern is that adaptive reuse can be really difficult. Like, we have some really good examples like Gaithersburg Arts Barn and things like that, which are in sort of different types of settings. But we also have the King Farm in Rockville that's not anything really, and hasn't been anything for a while, and is in that state of sort of mothball decay at this point. And I think that I like the idea of, wanting them to adaptively reuse it, but making sure that something does happen with that site, and that there is some sort of ability to maintain it and it's not falling apart.
Absolutely. I think the comment is very well taken, that we have been proactively working with Johns Hopkins to come up with ideas for a creative reuse. Again, it it is not going to remain as a farm,
No,
right?
full
It's not going to stay as a farm or a single-family residence. So it has to be adapted into some other use because mothballing the property is not the preferred outcome.
Obviously, yeah. And is there anything that would, in this case, prevent it from being either the operations or the ownership being transferred to another entity to operate it, something that would be able to use it for more, for, like Johns Hopkins, I assume is not, like you see many of these properties either done as event venues or something of that nature. That's not sort of Johns Hopkins's, like, core competency. Is there anything that would prevent it from being transferred either in the operations or in its, like, ownership to somebody else that would be able to reuse it?
No, and actually, I mean, the northern site plan is with Trammell Crow.
Yeah, the Trammell, yeah.
So they have a ground lease on the northern part of the site. Johns Hopkins could work with a nonprofit or other type of operator if they so choose to adaptively reuse this site.
All right, awesome, great. That's all. We're good.
Yes, so how long have they been vacant and have they been maintained since it's been vacant?
I'm sorry.
How
can
long
you
has it
repeat?
been vacant, not used, and do you feel it's been maintained since it's been vacant?
It has been maintained. I believe there is someone still living there was another single-family house constructed on the property. They have a caretaker there. The site is well-monitored, well-maintained. It hasn't been used for farming operations for at least, I believe, 30, 35, for several decades. It has not been actively used as a farm. But they have been, painting the buildings, maintaining the buildings and the ground. They're all, it's all in very good condition.
Okay. So what if they I agree with making best efforts to have it adaptively reused. What if someone makes best efforts and they did try lots of things and it just, after a while, it just could not just nothing worked? What would happen? They would come back to someone and say, I've done my best and it's just not working. I'm not going to continue to. I'm just asking. Has
Sure,
that
of
ever
course.
happened? Where
Of course, I mean, our office partners very closely with property owners, individual property owners and institutional property owners to explore all options for these sites. There were discussions several years ago with Johns Hopkins. There were several requests from the community. The community for many years has expressed a desire and an interest in having the property open to the public in some sense, or publicly accessible. And we have discussed with Hopkins potentially putting out requests for interest, RFPs or RFQs to other community groups to see, what interest there may be in the broader communities, or partnering with other groups to potentially reuse the site. That has not yet occurred to our knowledge. So that is one thing we do. We work to promote partnerships and synergies between not-for-profit groups or other interested users. We go out and we talk to the broader preservation community and the broader business community, frankly, about what a good fit may be for a particular site. And for some years, sites may not have a tenant, or, they might be vacant while they're waiting for their next steward to come along. But we actively cultivate those relationships to make sure that a property does not stay vacant, and that a new user can be found.
okay.
Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit that they have to do it?
No, there is no
Okay.
time limit.
All right, so I think there's some agreement to keep the language as is. Do I mean,
Great, thank you. So Johns Hopkins also submitted testimony regarding the requirements of green cover and tree canopy, saying that it should not apply to large sites that have already been comprehensively planned. So we discussed with the board in the last couple work sessions our recommendations on green cover and tree canopy. So the recommendations that we have that are shown here, that for green cover, we require a minimum of 35% green cover of the total site. And there are a number of different ways to meet that green cover. So So it's not just saying it has to be exactly this way or it has to look that way. It can be achieved in a number of different ways. This would also apply to sites that are coming in with new applications, not for the existing site plans on any site in the area, but that just apply to new development applications. And the board may remember this, this that we shared. This is in line with other recent master plans, this requirement, and showing that there are different ways to meet basically the requirement. And also, if the board recalls, we added language to the parking lot requirement of 50% tree canopy on surface parking lots, to allow that to be met with solar canopy if they could show that it was not possible to meet it with a tree canopy. So staff thinks that the language that we have that exists currently in the plan should remain, and that this will apply to all sites, except obviously valid approvals, withstanding. Okay. Great. Okay. The next two sites are both owned by Alexandria Real Estate Equities, and they did not offer site-specific testimony, but I'm going to address the testimony that they did. So this is Treville Parcel N, which, if the board remembers, was recently, we just have the renderings because they were so recently completed, these buildings, but the life science buildings that along Darnestown Road, as well as this is a rendering at the top is Key West of the site that's a former JHU Montgomery County Medical Center. So this is Key West, and this would be down here. So these are the two sites that Alexandria owns more. These are the two sites that are opportunity sites owned by Alexandria. Their testimony had referred to the plan needs to be very clear about desired locations for housing opportunities and the benefits of life science, for the benefit of life science investors who would want this certainty. And this is actually a rendering of a mixed-use life science development in Boston. We did have a meeting with Alexandria Real Estate to clarify where housing is allowed. It would be allowed throughout the Life Sciences Center, but that doesn't mean you have to build residential. There would not be a requirement to build residential, so if that did not fit into the market model that ARE has, then they could opt not to build housing. So we did clarify this with them. We also, they expressed concern about the connectivity, including new streets and alleyways, that this would add time and operational coordination to the review process. As my colleague Matt Folden said, this might require additional coordination if there are roadways on their properties. But the street grid really is a vital piece of the plan vision. So having these roadway connections is extremely important to achieving that vision. And it's something that we do throughout the county. It's a very normal part of the process of regulatory review. We would still maintain the regulatory review clock. This would not necessarily add more time in that sense. Reviews would still have to be completed within the same amount of time that they are now. And we still have the county's speed to market initiatives as well. So basically, and we communicated this to Alexandria as well, but.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
Is the intention of the master plan that all these grids to be publicly owned, or we are open to have them to be privately owned and maintained?
The intention is to have a publicly owned street grid network. There are private roadways as well on several of these sites too, like Treville Parcel N, which is being is being built out right now. They have some private roadways that are not part of the street grid. We didn't add new grid to that recently completed project. But yes, the roads, the streets that we show on our maps are intended to be publicly owned and meet the standards of our public roadway network.
I know, but even though if they're privately owned, I believe that they still have to build it to the public standards.
That is
That's
correct, yes.
So,
yes.
So why don't we allow the option to be privately owned? It's better for taxpayers' money, if it is within, I'm just bringing it up.
Sorry, I did want to mention that we do have language in the plan recommendation regarding ownership. And I don't know if you have your copy of the plan available. It's on page 39. And it's similar to that language about the final road alignment being determined with new development or redevelopment of the time of regulatory review. And it states, streets should be public unless they are intended to provide direct access to a site. Final determination of ownership should occur during the regulatory review process.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. The De Coverly site, and I should just say these renderings that you see here on the left-hand side is what exists now. So basically, you see the surface parking lots with several buildings on the site. And on the right side is a rendering that is just illustrative for this. It's not even included in the plan, but just to show the board the way that we are thinking about how these sites could build out in the future. So you won't see these renderings for sites that have recently or have approved preliminary plans, but just for the sites that we see future infill as possible. The De Coverly submitted testimony within the public record timeframe, but after the public hearing, and they had 3 points about clarifying that when the roadway network will be required in development, adding language for flexible alignment, which we have done and discussed earlier today, and they also request that the roadway on their site be reclassified as a town center street instead of a downtown street, which would narrow the width of the roadway slightly. Staff, as I mentioned, we've addressed the kind of flexible alignment. In terms of the building of the road, it is very typical that when we build these roads, when we work with developers, that the roads, as I mentioned, are built in phases, and that our regulatory team at the time when they're in the weeds and looking at the entire site, that they will develop appropriate phasing and alignment with the existing property owners to achieve a buildable street network. So I think that the comment about comprehensive redevelopment, this would be something that would be worked out with the applicant at the time of regulatory review.
So what about the road classification? Is that again, can we allow flexibility that the road classification to be determined at the time of the regulatory review also to see that what could work the best for everyone?
And I might call my colleague Richard Brockmeyer up to address how the transportation review works during regulatory review. I think that this goes back, at least staff's position is on these, the downtown and the town center area types that we discussed earlier, that we have complete street design guides that say this is how roads should be built in these contexts, in these places. And so our plan is upholding the integrity, basically, of the complete street design guidelines and how we have, and the policy guidance we have of how to move forward in certain areas. So I think staff's perspective is that if this is part of the downtown, that this should be a downtown street that is, in line with the context of future development. But I can turn it over.
Thank you. Again, Matt Folden for the record. Before Mr. Brockmeyer chimes in, I just wanted to respond to the question. So right now with the master plan process, I think it's appropriate to set the classification of the street within the overall hierarchy of the street network, both the existing and the proposed streets. If we defer the classification of the street to the regulatory timeframe, it leaves a lot up to interpretation, and it doesn't necessarily fit within the context of the overall hierarchy. So it would be my recommendation that we do retain the classification within the master plan recommendation. I just wanted to put that out.
Okay, I understand. But if there is a situation, and I get it, and I agree that we could define it now, but this is the time that, and I do not know how you would decide that if there is a discussion between you and between the prospect developer that this classification doesn't fit correctly and change it to other things, is it a room for negotiation to correct it? That's the question that I'm asking.
For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Mid-County Regulatory Transportation Planner. There's always a negotiation, but we would start with what is proposed in the master plan, the cross-section for that. And we would certainly take into account what is being proposed on the site, but we would work off of the master plan, what the classification, what the vision for, because it's not just about what's on the site, but it's envision what's around the site, and why it was classified as a downtown street to begin with.
Great, thank you.
Can I jump in on that one real quick? I mean, the aspects that are included in a town center street and a downtown street are not terribly different when it comes to the frontage, the trees, we could dispense with street parking, all that kind of thing. Is there, I understand their desire to sort of minimize the amount of right-of-way that they're giving up within a parcel that's relatively small compared to some of the others that are, it's still very large, but relatively small otherwise. Is there anything in a practical sense that's going to really be, and it is somewhat outside of the core-ish part of the downtown that's sort of in the south of Key West. Is there anything that would just be really, would it badly affect, practically speaking, anything of the traffic? My main concern is if we do determine it to be a downtown, or to be a town center street instead of a downtown street, we're giving up some right-of-way. Do we maintain the bicycles and pedestrian access, all of that kind of stuff? And can we give up car space to other forms of transportation, or make some sort of, put some narrative in there about that? Because, I mean, practically speaking, there's not a terrible much difference between those two, except for, I think, one side of parking. I think it's a complete street.
Yes, so the difference, I think, and these are slightly modified, they're within the maximums and minimums in the complete streets design guidelines, but they're specific to this plan.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe it's like a 5-foot difference, and it's primarily in the width of the sidewalk, those kinds of things.
Okay.
So there is not a large difference between those two
Not a
classifications.
huge difference between the two.
That's why that is room for negotiation.
I have a,
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Artie.
Because just interesting, that first comment, clarify that the road network will only be required in the event of a comprehensive redevelopment of the property. I'm not sure what they were trying to get at. It means meaning that if you tear it all down and you start from scratch, what is comprehensive versus not? Or if you just, do you have a sense?
Yeah,
I think I had the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, specifically, I think in this case, in this site, and I think there is a regulatory project that we're actively now reviewing. There is some difference in land ownership. So there's parcels that are owned by different people. It's all under one preliminary plan still, but there's multiple landowners. And so I think the concern, reading this, my understanding is the concern would be, if they're going really just to talk about one parcel and developing something that maybe has already been approved as part of their preliminary plan, that they're not going to have to now construct, a new roadway all the way through the property. And, we'd have that conversation as part of the regulatory process.
I would add to that to say, if, if a site, and not speaking to Coverly specific, but if a site had fragmented ownership and one of the pieces came in for site plan review or preliminary plan review, we would look at the alignment for that piece and make sure that the alignment's not being precluded by a building or an open space, and that we would get that alignment piecemeal. And I think the language that we started out with about the flexibility of looking at the alignment, because perhaps, you know, given a specific application, we can talk about shifting the alignment, realigning, adding some curvature that's permissible, to really make the whole thing work and connect in a logical and holistic way.
Thank you.
I have one more question. This grid that you have in regard to classification of road, are they all, you know, the illustrative unit that you showed, each grid has its, based on where it is located, has a different classification? Is that how it works? Do you have a classification for all of them?
Yes, we do have a classification for every street that's in the plan. On page 45 of the draft plan is where we have our very, very long life sciences street classification, target speed, right-of-way, transit lane, and bike facility recommendations. So this literally goes piece by piece on every single road, both existing, if we're making recommended changes to it, or proposed roadways, and sets the county classification, and that is related to our Complete Streets design guides. And then based on those Complete Street design guide, as my colleague, Mr. Brockmeyer, said, there is sometimes a range, so then sets the specific recommended cross-section in the table to say whether it's 80 feet or, you know, 75, based on the range that's allowed in the Complete Streets design guide. But yeah,
okay,
so
that's very helpful. So there is a range, and
there is a
okay.
range in the Complete Streets design guide, but
Okay.
we make a specific recommendation in the plan.
Yeah, I don't honestly have any problem with reclassifying or agreeing to a reclassification of the street, but there is considerable flexibility. They're not, I think, terribly different in a practical sense for what we want to come out eventually out of the location. It's on the north side. It's sort of the last bit of the property that sort of is connected within the downtown. I think practically speaking, I don't want to set a bad precedent or anything by any means, and I don't sort of necessarily disagree with the appraisal of it. But from a practical sense, I don't think we can still get sort of what we want, and I think we can achieve it within that goal if it makes them, you know, if it gives them a little bit more, if it makes them a little bit more comfortable with the plan. But honestly, they're largely similar, and if we're going to go piecemeal through it anyway, we have flexibility, I think, with both the town center or a downtown street to sort of get what we want and prioritize the things that we're sort of prioritizing throughout the plan, which is sort of the walkability, the pedestrian access, the bicycles, the through connections, that kind of thing. Yeah. Your mic, Artie.
I'm not quite, you're.
I'm good with either one because they're both flexible. I mean, the town center street, I'm okay with making that redesignation, given that we're sort of on the north end of what we've defined as a downtown. And the classifications largely have the same pieces that are included within that we sort of then mold the street to fit. I don't want to go to that part, but if there's a support from the rest of the board, I would support reclassification.
So you mentioned the very small, like 5-foot difference in terms of overall right-of-way. I don't know if the classification, I can't remember if it gets into this level of detail, but is there any difference in the lane width between a downtown street and a town center street, or at least a desired lane width?
Let me pull that up, just 1 minute.
I guess my thinking is if there is, I would probably gravitate more toward the more narrow lane width if a town street, town center street applies that standard.
Yes, in this case, there is a slight difference. It's a half a foot for each travel lane. The town center street is 11-foot travel lane, and the downtown is 10.5 feet.
Oh, okay, so the
So it's
downtown,
actually
yeah,
narrower,
downtown
the
is a little more
downtown,
narrow.
yeah, correct.
And, yeah, I think in that case, although it's very small, I think I'm probably comfortable. And as you mentioned, there's always negotiation that happens. So, yeah, I think I'm comfortable with the current recommendation.
The current or go to the lower one? I think I agree that it's not such a big difference, but if it allows more flexibility for them to develop their site, I can support James' recommendation.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I'd like to see is if you working with the applicant to make, to make the best, you have the flexibility. Does that make sense?
So do you mean outside of this process, if they were to come in and redevelop? Or, I guess, the position that we're in, at least from the master plan perspective, for the master plan, not for
applicant-wise.
regulatory, is that, we have this policy, the Complete Streets Design Guide, that we're following, and that this area gets the benefits that we talked about being in a red policy area, and, it comes with being as part of a downtown. And we've set those standards. They've been approved. They are, our guidance. So working through it, we see as being consistent. And then also, being consistent and predictable so that while things can be tweaked during regulatory review, that there is an understanding and that we aren't whittling away at the standards that we set for sites in general.
Okay, so I'm fine with being consistent with but with you knowing at the time if someone brought in this huge project, that you will make best efforts to work with that applicant to make the project happen without, so that the goal is to get this happening as soon as possible. So if we could do that I'm good with go with the standards and hope the projects come in and you make them happen. Okay, does that make sense?
That work. I mean, I think that works. If they need space, take the street parking first.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I ask.
Thank you. These are the publicly owned sites that are along Key West. Again, this is just what's there now is very sparse, and we see great potential. These are both state and county-owned sites to increase the amount of density and the amount of buildings that are on these sites, and really leverage development in this area. There is a school site recommendation from the 2010 plan for a different site. We'd like to come back to the board with a school site language for this, for the publicly owned sites at a future date. We're still working with MCPS to review the language. So we did not receive any testimony about these sites. The next property is the Grove, which is actually several sites. As you can see, they're listed here, and it is bound by Research Boulevard, Omega Drive, and Shady Grove Road. The testimony received was that the extension of Corporate Boulevard would pose undue burden on the property owner because of dedication and frontage improvements. So I've tried to just pull out what that Corporate Boulevard extended is. It runs through their site. You can see, and it extends Corporate Boulevard that goes into the city of Rockville currently. And I think that staff's perspective is that this is one of the ways that we build out our street grid. This is common throughout the regulatory review process. This is quite a large site. It's more than 25 acres, and that creating a street grid that will connect to the new Crown High School, which is just to the west of this site, is an important piece of, building out that connectivity, both for people driving and also people walking and biking. And that there will be these new dedicated transit lanes on Shady Grove, so it also, adds additional connectivity for transit users as well.
So just one property owner owns that's,
They own,
could you go back to the,
actually on the next, you can
Okay.
see, so they own this, but the corporate boulevard just goes through their site, does not go through any other property owner sites. And the northwestern corner is owned by Montgomery County Community College, and that is not expected to redevelop. And then the southwest corner is the access at Shady Grove that are recently built apartment buildings. This site, if the board recalls, is primarily aging office buildings that are expected to redevelop and be actually torn down and redeveloped wholesale. They do have some existing leases, but they're not long leases.
So I have a couple of questions. So the extended corporate boulevard, do we have the same language for, to be flexibility to work around their site?
Yeah,
Does
so-
that apply to this one as well?
Yes, that will apply to all of the figures in the entire
Okay,
plan.
so there is some flexibility. There is no specific alignment.
Well, there is a preferred alignment, but within that preference, the regulatory team is empowered to work with the applicant to make sure that these roadways, the preferred alignment can overcome any barriers to implementation.
So when we say that there is flexibility, are we talking just of a wiggle room, or could it be that they could just go around some kind of building?
Yeah, I think
They could loop around something.
characterizing it as wiggle room is probably appropriate, because in this case, this is an extension of an existing street. So trying to pick up Corporate Boulevard at the intersection of Shady Grove Road, going through the site, and then basically there's wiggle room within the site, but there are specific geometric design guidelines that we need to follow as far as centerline radii, and when you take into account how much can that curve sweep, how tight can it be? Those are things that we need to work within, and again, work with
Okay, so
the
this
other
is a little
agencies.
bit different than those great street that we didn't have an existing road, correct?
It's a little bit different when you're picking up a new street that's not kind of got a point of origin at an intersection, at an existing intersection.
I understand, yeah.
But the design guidelines are the same. And I say guidelines, it comes out of the AASHTO Green Book. It comes out of the subdivision regulations. It talks about centerline radii.
I understand.
Right, and so
I
we need to
totally
work
get it.
within those parameters, but having a preferred alignment helps us as a starting point. But if we can get to the end point where we say,
Okay.
maybe it's a little bit farther down Omega Drive, maybe it avoids a building within the site. So it's not a wholesale, start for a new road, but there is wiggle room. I think that's a fair
Okay.
way to characterize
I
it.
got it. The other question is that in requirements for the frontage, because I have heard that before also, that they create, like this road is going to be a frontage, then they have frontage to Shady Grove Road, they have frontage to other things, and requiring to provide all the requirement amenities for this frontage may not be proportionate to the development. And I do not really know how we decide what is the proportion, the right proportion. But does some kind of proportionality exist that this frontage requirement do not put a lot of, pressure, financial pressure, considering the size of a development?
So there is actually a requirement in the county code for applications seeking a preliminary plan approval for frontage improvements on any roads that they front. So it's actually written into our county code. Typically, when we see the proportionality discussion, it's for off-site improvements as part of the LATR review, and there is a proportionality guide that we follow so that those off-site improvements are not, too burdensome to make a project viable. So, I think that the county is recognized by having this in the code that frontage improvements are a benefit to the community as a whole, to the county as a whole, but also to the sites themselves in terms of adding value. And for larger sites, their frontage improvements might be larger, but so is their, potential, investment and then return on investment, having these larger sites and being able to build more. They're also on major roadways, which can be beneficial in terms of visibility and everything else. So they do front on 3 roadways, and they would be responsible for the frontage improvements on those roadways. I'm not sure if there are certain circumstances that there are.
So, the thing is that they're going to be responsible to do the extension of the coverley. And in addition to that, they have to do the frontage for the other ones, the Shady Grove and the third one. So I really don't know what is the size of development and how it's going to be done, if they're going to do it as a staging or if they're going to do it different ways. But if we don't consider some kind of proportionality with the development that they're going to do, they may not be able to be profitable to do. That's the only concern I have. And we want these things to happen. So.
Yeah, and and that the point is well received. I think that when we look at the frontage improvements, if the project is done in phases, the frontage improvements would be done in phases as well. So our regulatory team would again work with, even if there was an existing, if there was a preliminary plan for the whole area, that as part of that phasing, the frontage improvements might be phased as well, and that would be part of that review process. So, I mean, I guess that's our answer, that this is something that is required of all properties throughout the entire county. When they do development, it's a part of the price of development in Montgomery County that we've decided that's in the code. I do think that there is room for proportionality, as I said, in the LATR, the off-site improvements, and that's where we have that more flexibility.
And I will mention, to feed off of what Ms. Hill was stating, it's a 25-acre site, so it's a larger site. And so what we often see in Mid-County when we see projects like this is they come in for a larger preliminary plan or sketch plan, and they break the project up into phases, and they tend to attack it block by block. And then each block tends to have its own characteristics that go with it. But we always look at proportionality as part of that process.
Is there so that a developer is not so impacted, and like sometimes you have a project and you say if it's bordering ownership, this owner pays for this part, this owner pays, but now if you want a public road in and it all comes from one party, and it have to be done to certain standards. And the adjacent parcel owner, like just that in this case, doesn't have to do anything per se and benefit from that new road it may not be now, but in the future, could there be some considerations about that proportion, so that owner, in this case, that owner would be responsible not only for the north-south connection, but the east-west connection, if they put that, wherever that road, the road we're talking about, so the corporate boulevard. So how do you, just some thoughts, how do you create somewhere it's not, fairness if you can, or maybe the other party in the future has to put some money in the pot and pay the other person back. I don't know, how do you do that when you I don't know if it has ever come up in the past.
I'll maybe try to answer that, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, it may be separately owned right now, but when they come and develop, it might be one owner that comes in. And I do believe that if, a new road is put in, it's going to benefit both sides. It'll benefit both properties. So I presume there would be some agreement between both parties on how they access that site and kind of what benefits they achieve from both of it. I don't know how you write that into a master plan that says that's proportional. It definitely would be evaluated during some kind of subdivision or preliminary plan. Not necessarily, I think from our perspective, whomever files the application and is the owner applicant at the time, we're going to say that that's who needs to build it. What the agreements that we would not be party to would be any ones internal to those property owners. And I think that happens probably more often than not, but we're not party to those discussions.
Understood.
The next property that we received testimony about is the Guardian property, 15200 Shady Grove Road. It's on the corner of Shady Grove and Key West, shown here. So this is the property line. As you can see, the Guardian does not own this little sliver right here, this sliver of the parking lot, and they also do not own this little sliver that actually fronts onto Key West. So Guardian opposes the implementation of Road I, which is this road right here, that was previously, sorry.
I think I know which one. It's just your cursor doesn't
Oh, yeah,
show.
where the red dotted line is where Road I will be, and we'll have another detailed map of this. But the testimony from Guardian is that they oppose the implementation of Road I, for which space has already been dedicated by the adjacent property owner, Mallory Square, but this roadway was never built, although the space has been dedicated. Guardian requests that the area be maintained as a grassy area open to the public and perhaps an extension of the proposed Key West Promenade. And again, I feel like a broken record, but the street grid is really instrumental to achieving the planned vision for this connected downtown area that really is a complete community where people have different transportation options. This is close to the area that the planning board walked when they went on the tour with us. And we believe that this street will really help break up the block that is currently at Key West. So right now, if you're looking at this on the east side is Shady Grove, and on the west side is Omega Drive, and then this road is Key West. So currently that red area is Key West to Omega, and that's about 500 feet. So there's a roadway there right now. There is no road between that Siesta Key Way and Shady Grove, and that's over 1,200 feet. So it's quite a long distance. In our complete street design guides and in both downtown and town center areas, we look for protected crossings every 400 feet. So even the 500 feet is long, 1,200 feet is extremely long. It's 3 times what we say the maximum distance should be. So by implementing this roadway I, it would make it so that there is 600 feet between Siesta Key Way and Road I, and 650 feet between Shady Grove Road and Road I. So it would really build out that street grid so that it is more in line with what our policy guidance is today. And I think if the planning board remembers, when we walked from here at Siesta Key Way all the way across the road, it took like a really long time to get there. So, adding that connection so that we would extend Siesta Key Way, which is not part of this site's, and extend Road I, it would create these blocks that really allow the people who live on one side of Key West to be able to walk or bike more quickly and easily across to where a lot of the jobs are located on the other side of Key West. So we think it's an important part of the street grid. And again, you can kind of just see here that the dedicated unbuilt street was actually dedicated by a different property owner, by Mallory Square, and it's adjacent to the Mallory Square property. Mallory Square also owns that parking lot, or that strip of parking lot that's outside the red, and the Guardian property is just what's within the red. So we do think that this is an important part of the street grid. It is, the road has already been dedicated, it just was never built.
So who's gonna be building it?
So this could be built in different ways. It could be a CIP project, it could be a county CIP project, it could be built as part of, LATR requirements or contributions. So there are different ways that it could be constructed.
Okay, so it's not going to be required from Guardian to do it as part of their development?
I would say if they don't own the piece, right now this is an outlot that's not owned.
If I may jump in, I think that would be premature for us to probably cover in the master plan, because that is something that we would have to see what Guardian proposes based on the density of their proposal, based on all of their trips that they're sending to that site. So I think it would be early for us to make a determination as to who would build the road. We typically don't do that through the master plan process.
Okay, so the proposal is that right now we have the roadway, but we have to see that when and how that would be put in place, or what that would be built. And you suggest that the roadway, if we find a way either through the government or through whatever means, regardless of if the opposite section would be built, it's a good idea to have this grid to be there. Because one of the requests that Guardian has said that is that build it when the whole length would be built. That provide a grid connection, and if it is really a value to build it as a piecemeal.
I think that, this goes back to the conversation that we had about Blackwell Road, which is another road you can kind of see it at the bottom of the screen. It says Blackwell. This is a road that has been delivered piecemeal through development. And so right now it's not delivering that connectivity that we want to see, but a major final piece of Blackwell is being delivered this summer, hopefully. That's the plan by a private developer. So, typically the county has lots of priorities throughout the county, and this is a way that we get roadways built in the county, is by delivering it piecemeal, even if we understand that it might not all be built at the same time. And staff believes that this blue connection between Research and Boulevard and Key West would still be a valuable connection to have, even in the interim, as we're waiting for both the southern leg and the northern leg to develop. Also, those might develop, be built before this. We aren't able to say, in part because of what Ms. Sanders said, is, we don't know what and when the timing of development proposals will come in, and exactly what that they will propose to build.
Okay, so I see the importance of having these, breaking up the block, and then already it's larger than you would like. You say now, if you put it in now, it's 600 feet. But my question is, if we know what we knew now when the development on the left was put in, would we have required them to put the street in? And what was they dedicated but didn't put the street in, so the street wasn't as important then, or what? I don't know. You may not have been around there, but
I'm not able to say because I was not part of that review. I don't know.
So I don't think we have anyone here that reviewed that case, because that came in a while back. But I would say that they did build another street connection that you see there, the Dunkin' Donuts. Wasn't that part of the?
Yeah, we walked.
The one we walked as part of our tour. So I think, that development contributed to the network. And I know Maren hit on this already, but I just want to remind folks that the Gaithersburg High School, I don't know if you want to circle where that is on the screen, Maren.
I think my mouse isn't showing it, but
It's
on
not
Omega
showing.
Drive.
Yeah, so
is-
that's one other thing we want to keep in mind here. It's a little bit of an unusual situation that we have a major high school in the county that's going to be located very close to this. So we have to make sure that when people are traveling to that high school, they're not all funneling on the larger roads, that they have sort of a network of streets that they can disperse on and disperse the traffic in addition to the pedestrian trips. So if you live on the Key West Avenue apartments that are there now or future apartments, you can kind of get over to that high school without having to get into your car.
Right.
So that's just one other thing to think about as and if you have to take your car, you would have a road to do that without kind of being funneled on those larger roads.
Yep. So independent of what goes to the north, research what goes to the south, this road is needed. It's needed.
There's sort of a larger picture here that's hard to see because, I believe that high school is underway. I don't know if construction has begun, but it is in the CIP.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're actually talking about Crown High School.
Yes.
I am
Yeah,
talking. So it's
not
in the city of
Gaithersburg.
Gaithersburg, but it's close
Yeah,
by.
it's called Crown.
Yeah, thank you.
So shall I continue on the other?
Yeah, but I saw that are you finished with Guardian or no?
There's just another, it is the same.
Yeah, oh, yeah, keep
Yeah.
going. Yes, okay.
So Guardian also testified that they requested animal research facility be permitted throughout the Life Sciences Center, not just in the LSC zone as part of the overlay zone. So this language would not go into the plan, but into the overlay zone. Currently, the LSC zone in the zoning code allows animal research facilities, but it is not a permitted use in any other zone in the zoning code. Staff supports the suggestion to add animal research facility as a permitted use throughout the Life Sciences Center as part of the overlay zone. One of our objectives is to create more consistency across the entire area, and we believe that we can, that this will help achieve this. It's a critical part of life sciences research and innovation to have these animal research facilities, and there are other places in the county that do animal research in close proximity to other uses.
Okay. So this is great. I'm fine with that. There was a comment from Guardian about the proportionality on, was it right, is that the one front?
Yeah, so I think, we tried to condense the comments, but I believe that they had talked about the frontage improvements and the proportionality of being a small site and having to make these, this and a dedication to Key West Promenade. So, again, that same system of frontage improvements would be required, but that, offsite improvements as part of LATR, there would be guided by a proportionality guide. And I think if the board recalls, we added language to the Key West recommendation to say that it would primarily be built as a CIP project where we would seek funding and grants and private partnerships as part of that project, but not building it piecemeal.
Okay, yeah, because I think the thought was, if you're already doing an applicant already pays the LATR payment, and will that payment, some of that go for the promenade, or you have to pay an extra payment for the promenade, because the promenade it's pretty hefty.
Right, so it could be part of an LATR payment, it could be part of those public benefits that we spoke of, where they'd be getting credit
Okay.
for their public benefits. So that could be, yeah, a mechanism.
All right, thank you.
To their request to add animal research to the overlay zone, could you clarify kind of what that specifically refers to? Is this sort of animal testing facility, like testing on animal, like facilities that do that?
I would have to refer to the zoning code for the exact definition, but yeah, I believe that it is, I think it could be a number of different types. I'm not versed in the animal research facility, but I think that when talking, we held a number of focus groups with life science practitioners, and that, you know, there are kind of different levels and types of animal research, but that it is an integral part of the research that already happens in this area and in other parts of the county. But we can get that definition that's in the zoning code for you.
Well, so because of that, what's the rationale to if things like this are already happening, or some versions of them are happening with, you know, existing companies in the area, what's Guardian's rationale for adding it explicitly to the overlay zone?
So they are zoned CR, and it is not allowed in the CR zone currently. It is only allowed in the LSC zone.
Okay.
So their property, yeah, because it's zone CR, would not be allowed without this addition.
Gotcha.
To pursue this use.
Gotcha.
And
I mean, they
do-
could also, sorry to interrupt, just they could pursue a map amendment, a section. They could pursue a zoning change for their site if they wanted to. Correct.
Correct, or as part of this process, the board could change their zoning designation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have the definition pulled up. So animal research facility means any structure or land for the use of animals in scientific experimentation.
I mean, without getting, you know, my preference would not be to expand this area wide. I think on a site-by-site basis, we can consider, but I don't see a strong rationale to expand it site-wide as part of the overlay zone if there's other options which give us a little bit more control as well, site-by-site, zoning change request by zoning change request. But that's, you know, that's just my personal feelings.
So you're saying like add it as not a permitted use, but a limited use, or?
Or even not even just, I mean, to be honest, not changing our approach at all. To, you know, we can, you know, acknowledge it, but I don't think that we should include animal research facility even as a limited use in the overlay zone. I think that there's other opportunities that property owners can pursue if they want to have that on their sites, but it's not currently zoned LSC. So that would be my approach.
I don't know why we are taking something that we could make it simpler and consistent. We make it more side by side. What kind of benefit does it have for us? I'm always in the side of simplifying, streamlining, and making it easier overall. Make it side by side, make them to each time they come in front of us, and it just adds to the layer of the processes and bureaucracy, and I want to eliminate that.
Yeah, I agree in many cases. I don't know how specifically. I'm sure. I think the question is maybe why Guardian wants to put this on there. They're on. I think someone from Guardian's online, and you can ask them. But I do like simplicity, and I know as being a former developer, having to get a zoning change is a big deal for properties, and if you go site by site, so, and I don't know how many, do we have animal use? So the other LSC folks can do it by right, correct?
Yes, in the LSC zone today, animal research facility is a permitted use. So in the beginning where we had the purple areas that are the LSC zone, that is a permitted use today.
So my thought is up to the board, but my thought is, this is sort of the area where, in general, research can be done in life science, and so it's kind of expands it a little bit, but it's kind of the area. I'm okay with allowing it, but
I'm okay with adding animal research as a permitted use throughout the LSC overlay zone, because I think exactly the reasons you're mentioning, Artie. This is where we sort of want to concentrate that kind of thing. So I'm good with staff's response of adding that as a permitted use.
And as I
but I
mentioned,
understand why you know.
Yeah, I'm good with this.
as I mentioned before, this language actually will not be in the plan, but in the overlay zone. So the board will have an opportunity to revisit it when we go in detail for the overlay zone text.
I'm good with this.
Okay. Adventist Healthcare Shady Grove Medical Center. So the event testimony about the two east-west vehicular connections that you can see, we'll have other maps that goes through the campus, and the property owner states that only one is feasible due to the unique needs and uses and kind of circulation of hospital uses. So, again, going back to where we came up with this kind of where we're asking for connections and where it's based in. It's based in the Complete Street Design Guide, which sets our guidance for this area. Alex Rixey, my colleague who presented last week for transportation, just showed an example. Like, this is the hospital site, and if we were strictly following the Complete Street Design Guides, this is what the grid would look like. It would have 3 east-west connections and 3 north-south connections. But we understand that there are constraints, and we make allowances for that. So we had proposed 2 roadways to go through the Adventist and Promark sites. After discussion about the unique uses and constraints for a hospital use and the need to kind of consolidate certain facilities and have specific circulation, staff is recommending that we go down to 1 roadway connection on the site, and it's perhaps better seen here. So this thick red line would be the two, the thick red line would be the vehicular roadway connection, and that we would leave a recommendation for bicycle and pedestrian connectivity on these blue dotted lines that would not be a vehicular connection, but this would be in line with the request made by Adventist and their concerns about accommodating 2 east-west connections on their site due to the constraints that they have as a hospital.
So did you work it out with them under, they can sort of accommodate this suggestion? You talked to them about it?
So in their testimony, they said that 1 roadway was feasible, 1 roadway connection was feasible. And just as with all of our other roadways, we looked at both the crossing distances and how this works as an urban design perspective, and then also how it works from a feasibility perspective. So looking at how this alignment could work with the constraints, the specific constraints that have been shared with us, and also how it would work with future development and also future connectivity in the area.
I'm just concerned that it goes right through their building.
So that building, they've actually shown in their own plans as being a future site of redevelopment. So that building, they, in their own master plan, show as being demolished.
So that's not the existing central
No,
hospital?
the
that
existing
is-
central building is right here. Where it says Adventist Healthcare is where the
Okay.
existing central building. And the 2010 plan actually did have a roadway connection that went
Okay.
right through that building, and we removed that because of the likelihood of that redevelopment
It would be
happening.
nice that if we could have seen this under future master plan to see how it is, but I take your words of it. If it works, that's fine.
So I think the important piece that we are adding and that we want to get the planning board's guidance on is reducing the number of recommended streets to one in terms of a vehicular, and it would be vehicular with bicycle and pedestrian facilities to one, and then adding these just bike ped connections in blue, because this is another section that the planning board walked, and if you recall, it was quite a long walk to get all the way around, so that there would still be that connection for people who are using bikes or are walking.
Thank you for that comment, because my question, I have two comments, was how do you balance vision zero on the pedestrian master plan by proposing all these new roads and thoroughfares for cars? And then how do you balance proposing roads through properties that are privately owned and that property is a campus, so to speak, that serves the community, and and they have a high interest in serving the community and keeping them safe, and then also the workers in that community safe, and having ingress and egress for vehicles, and then also taking up the privately owned land for public ingress and egress is something that I'm concerned about, and how you balance it.
So I can say that, I think in our planning process, we try to strike that balance of providing safe connections and also creating that urban form that we're looking at that will enhance the whole area, with specifically, with concerns about the constraints of a hospital, which is very different than even other campus uses, that they have certain circulation patterns that, make it difficult to implement the roadway network that might be the preferable roadway network. So this compromise, and it's, and I do want to reiterate that it's the single east-west connection is a compromise that that Adventist proposed in their testimony, and that Promark, which is the other property that this roadway runs between their two properties, both recommended as part of their testimony. And we think that because of the uniqueness of the situation with the hospital and certain facilities that they cannot relocate, that, this is an appropriate compromise, but still that we do need to have that Vision Zero and the pedestrian master plan piece of providing more porosity through these really large sites, so they don't act as barriers for people traveling through them. So the facilities, the bicycle and pedestrian facilities are a much narrower a right-of-way that's needed in terms, and can be a little bit more flexible in terms of the alignment. My colleagues had talked about the various policies, not just in the county, but in the country and at the state level that dictate how we build roads. There is a little bit more flexibility with bicycle and pedestrian facilities.
Well, thank you for considering constraints and the needs of other existing facilities. And, this is also part of our in Thrive. It's also about, you talked about the housing and environmental issues and also economic competitiveness. And we want to make sure our businesses in the county continue to thrive, as well as looking at our making sure safe public pedestrian safety. So I think this is a very a good compromise, and thank you for working with the developer on this. And as you said before, all of these lines are, you know, they're what it's our intent, and maybe the blue lines move a little, but you want those connections, pedestrian and bicycle connections and stuff like that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I should say thank you also. I guess we have been talking. I think that you have come up with a good compromise. Thank you.
Same.
Great. Adventist had submitted some testimony on the unique needs of the hospital. I think we addressed this in part with the roadway connection that we just spoke about. And then also just that our thinking about this is that, you know, there are sensitivities that we need to have for hospital use, but we also need to recognize that medical centers and hospitals are some of our most important assets as employers, and something that, you know, has been coming to the forefront in terms of hospital development is hospital-oriented development, and thinking about how we can bring amenities, housing, commercial, and also these gridded roadway connections to hospitals, both to serve the people that work there, the people who visit, and provide a more complete community around hospitals. We are almost done with this. Promark Partners is the adjacent property owner to the medical center. They had also requested that we reduce the east-west connection roadways from 2 to 1, which we just discussed. And they also requested revising the allowable density from an FAR of 1.5 to 2. And staff is recommending not changing that because in the overlay zone, they will be it will enable them to achieve up to a 3 FAR by providing select public benefits. We did not receive any testimony for the Elms at PSTA, and we have had quite a bit of discussion. The last piece that we have is just the implementation section. This is how we implement the plan, and it's critical to the advancement of all of these. The core elements of that are establishing the Life Sciences Center overlay zone, which we discussed, establishing a place management organization in the Life Science Center, and exploring funding mechanisms to implement plan recommendations. We have some language that we are recommending changing in the plan that you can see in red. So the implementation section would read, explore a full range of funding mechanisms available to implement plan recommendations, including parks, public open space, and multimodal transportation infrastructure improvements, which are critical to supporting a competitive and attractive life sciences center within 18 months of adoption. That's explore the full range, not implement everything. Also adding funding mechanisms that should be explored include federal and state aid, a business improvement or innovation district, a special taxing district, development contributions per square foot, or other innovative funding mechanisms, along with general obligation bond financing. During the exploration of funding mechanisms, consider allowing the place management organization recommended by this plan to advocate, raise, and spend funds to implement recommendations in this plan, including capital projects. Any funds raised in the place management raised by the place management organization and directed to capital projects should result in prioritization of these capital projects in the county's capital improvement program.
Can I ask you a question here? I'm trying to understand how this thing works. The funding mechanism would be identified by this management company or by us?
So we're recommending examining different funding mechanisms to evaluate which would be the most appropriate. And I think as part of our implementation guidelines, we would get into more detail about how how we would go about evaluating, or what the responsible parties are for that evaluation of these funding mechanisms.
So we is us.
So,
That's what I'm
sorry,
trying.
we
That's
could
a
be.
hard task.
We could be the county as well. This,
Okay.
will go to the county council and be approved by them. So it might be that there is, that it's not the planning department that identifies and evaluates the funding mechanisms.
So
that it
I
could be
was
done.
suggesting to reverse it, just in my mind, that you explore to have this management organization. However, we are planning to have them, and then this management organization come up with the ideas of funding or the mechanism to do whatever else that you're saying, because you have to create that multimodal organization anyway, and they could explore different fundings that could be way more than what we could do as a government entity. Just an idea.
And I do think that our second bullet might speak to that in terms of, during the exploration of funding mechanisms, consider allowing the place management organization to advocate, raise, and spend funds to implement recommendations in this plan, including capital projects, so that there would be an expanded role, I think, for the place management organization.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, thank you. One question I had is, I know that you're going to be delivering, if the plan works well, millions of square feet of either new commercial space or multifamily space. I know in Bethesda and Silver Spring now you have this design advisory committee. Do you eventually think that there will be a design advisory, would be helpful in this plan, or that's something you would think about down the road?
Thank you for that question. I think we have looked at that in other parts of the Mid-County area, and I think thus far have felt that the existing process that we have in place works pretty well.
Okay.
But I think it's something to think about for maybe other areas. I think for this area, with the overlay zone and some of the design considerations, I believe, that come with that, we would have some opportunities that we may not have with other plans. So it may be addressed through some of that overlay discussion. The overlay has different categories, that cause us to kind of look at different elements. We also have design guidelines that complement the plan, and those design guidelines are really helpful in providing a framework that developers can look at as they propose projects. And sometimes what we find with the design guidelines in other parts of Mid-County is folks really use that, and it speeds up the process for them because they know, okay, this is kind of what the expectation is for the site, and if it aligns with what they want to do, it really allows the process to move a bit faster.
Great, thank you for the explanation.
I just wanted to elaborate that with the urban design guidelines, we do have existing urban design guidelines that were a companion to the 2010 plan. And so following approval and adoption of this plan, those design guidelines will be updated to ensure that they are reflecting the sort of vision and recommendations of the Great Seneca Plan.
Great, and my last comment, all of this is great. One of the things Vice Chair Pedlum's talked about is, as we finish the plan, how do we, thinking about how do we incentivize development? How do we make sure, make developers or owners want to do, because we're, it's, they feel welcome, they feel they're going to get the process is very, they can see the process. If it's streamlined as possible, as we do this, I mean, if there are additional ways to make it look like, hey, we want you here, there's a fast process, or it's not cumbersome. Anything that could be done. I mean, you've done a lot of already, so just thinking about that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So following the plan's approval by the county council and adoption of M&C PPC, the sectional map amendment will apply the plan's zoning recommendations to the official county zoning map. Will establish that life science center overlay zone, and then establish a place management organization, the Life Sciences Center, that will implement these master plan recommendations. And as Vice Chair Pedoem said, there's opportunity for some of the funding conversation as well, in addition to these activating and programming the area, coordinating and implementing placemaking improvements, advocating for directly funding and applying for grants. And I think that this also speaks to, Chair Harris, your discussion about figuring out ways to also make people feel welcome in the sense of having an organization that is advocating and promoting this place as well.
Can I just add
yeah.
one thing? I
Yeah.
really, really like your idea of place management, establish a place management organization. I'm just concerned that if we don't have funding to create, maybe we are thinking that it could be, some public and private organizations, but we may need to have at least one or two entity or staff or some kind of funding to be in charge of making this to happen and continue as a successful management placement. Because I think this is a key to make it happen, especially that they could help to incentivize and bring more development and identify more fundings. So you may want to think about it, that maybe how you're going to make this happen. And you may need some funding. You may need staff, someone to make it happen, or even though if it's a contract employee, that to work to, give it a gear start it, and then let it go.
Thank you for that comment. No, and I think that staff agrees that there likely needs to be some sort of public support at the beginning, or at least to figure out kind of the format. I think that one thing that we felt is that the planning department is not the right place for that to happen, that this should be something that is pursued by other county agencies. So as part of the plan, we are recommending this idea, and that as the county council takes this on, and as we also develop those implementation guidelines, that would be a piece that would be worked out of where does this sit and who is taking the lead on the place management organization. But for our piece, it's including it in the master plan so that the county council can review it, and then they would have the opportunity to, allocate funding for an organization like this, or for exploration of establishing one.
It may be, I don't know, I'm just thinking off my head, is Upper Montgomery County Urban District. There could be someone that they could at least take the ownership or something, but I'm sure that it's still depending on the amount of the work they need funding.
Yeah, maybe it's some seed funding initially, but it could be that it's self-funded as they raise.
Eventually.
Yeah, self-funded. So.
Yep,
Yeah.
agreed. I believe this is the final slide. So the final pieces of the implementation are dissolving the Great Seneca Science Corridor Implementation Advisory Committee, which was established by the 2010 plan, understanding that the place management organization would replace this and more, that would be, have far more kind of a larger role than the GSSC IAC has. The plan recommends removing the staging requirements that were established by the 2010 plan, limit granting adequate public facilities validity period extension requests for preliminary plans approved prior to October 30th, 2014, and that's when our most recent zoning went into effect. And then, as was mentioned previously, develop design guidelines that will provide those detailed guidance that are stated in the built environment, but provide that guidance, and that, as Ms. Sanders mentioned, that developers really sometimes rely on to speed up the process by using them in the plans that they bring in. And then finally, that the plan opposes annexation of any portion of the Life Sciences Center by the surrounding municipalities.
Go for it.
Great, and I think with that, that concludes this very long presentation. Apologies for going over. Just to let the planning board know, we will be returning next week. We're here all April with work session 4, where we are planning to bring back any recommendations that the planning board has asked us to adjust, with a red line for the planning board's review. And then we will also move out of the Life Sciences Center and on to all the other areas that are in the plan. We will be primarily focused on the Londonderry area, but if the planning board has any areas that they want us to address, we will be working through all the areas in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you bringing us, holding our hands through this, and answering all our questions. We have lots of questions, and you guys are very, very helpful in answering them. So any of the board members have questions or comments? We're good. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you so much.
So we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back. What time should we? At 2:30. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, Attainable Housing Strategies, work session number 7, but the first for this new board, and we're looking forward to it. We're going to be led through the work process by Lisa Giavoni and Ben Berbert of the Planning Department. So welcome, and we're looking forward to getting going. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that introduction. For the record, Ben Berbert with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. And as you said, we're going to walk through some of our the recommendations that are in the draft Attainable Housing Study for the medium scale part of attainable housing, as well as some general background information and some definitions that we want to try to address now just because they kind of cross over the whole project. Pretty much just said all of that, so we'll skip through that. So planning staff is bringing a series of work sessions before the planning board, and we tried to organize the staff report in a way that as we kind of walked through the recommendations, there was a pause point sort of calling out what that recommendation is, and we're trying to mirror that very same approach in the PowerPoint so that it sort of tracks along, and hopefully we'll be able to kind of follow with these. And so with each of those, unless otherwise said, and there are a couple instances where staff is actually recommending something different from what's in the draft report, the presumption is we are still recommending what's in the report, and we can have a discussion if there's planning board member or members that would like to maybe change or discuss a modification to that. Just to highlight again where we are with work sessions, this is technically session 7, where we're talking about the medium scale. The tentative plan is to come back in 2 weeks with work session 8, where we'll actually get into the small scale recommendations. And then moving through May, we're going to do a work session with the larger scale and some of the sort of other outlying issues that are in the attainable housing report that don't fit neatly into one of these scales. And then 2 additional sessions tentatively scheduled to sort of reflect on changes and any other information that we have been asked to look at with a plan to hopefully get this before the council in June. So the first recommendation we're going to get into is sort of getting into the idea of generalism. So when we did this back in 2021, we were really writing towards a ZTA. And while that still is the sort of end implementation goal, we've sort of pivoted a little bit from there, and we're not actually proposing to send a ZTA to council as part of this. We are just going to send the recommendations on policy and would work with council soon after to start drafting 1 or more ZTAs. And I think a lot of this is based on the reality that we don't know what council's reception to this is going to be, and it's a lot of work to draft what could be a 100 or more page ZTA to implement this. Let's get kind of their temperature read on our recommendations, and then we can start soon after and do the actual ZTA. So assuming that that is the approach that is supported by this current board, we also think the draft Attainable Housing Strategies report probably needs to have some of the very specific details that are in it, such as referencing the attached ZTA or providing very specific marked up red line language, might want to be pulled back and instead turned into just policy statements saying we would support this section be amended to include these certain elements, but not like parse over the actual individual words at this point. So that's our first question. Does the planning board support kind of that new approach, or is there a dissenting opinion on that?
Questions, comments? I'm open to that approach, but I want to hear from my colleagues.
I'm just trying to understand. ZTA just changed the text amendment, but keeps the zoning the same. What if that, you have to change some of the underlying zones? Is that part of this study?
I think if we have recommendations for that, and I definitely know with the large-scale part of attainable housing, that is the recommendation. A ZTA alone cannot actually change your underlying zone. You'd have to do some sort of map amendment. So I think part of the recommendations in the report already speak to that there may want to be changes to the underlying zone looked at through master plan updates. Mm-hmm. So those would not be able to be implemented quickly necessarily. But the actual ZTA to maybe change the zones as they're written currently, if that's the direction for some of this, could happen relatively soon.
So basically what we are saying is that as part of this attainable housing initiatives, we're going to try to do as much as we can under the ZTAs, but not under the changing the underlying zone. And if that is needed, it would require a new master plan or minor plan or anything else.
Correct. I think
Okay.
to the extent that we focus all recommendations to just fit in the ZTA or one or the other, I mean, I think we'll work through that nuance, but it is definitely correct that if we want stuff to happen sooner rather than later, the ZTA is the process. We're just wanting to make sure that everybody is okay that the ZTA is not going to accompany the report in June to the council. It would be something we'd follow up with soon after.
Oh, okay, that's the question. Got it. Yeah.
My only concern is how soon and how quickly. I think that with something this complex and something this, detailed, I think the ZTA is going to come from us anyway, for the most part. We're going to write it. We're going to write the details. It may be a back and forth for what the specifics are within a ZTA, but the ZTA is going to have to be written by the people that work in the planning department. It's just, this is too detailed otherwise. This is not a change, of setback within the R60. These are sort of larger issues. And so I think that if we don't maybe put together a 100-page ZTA that includes all of it, but a menu of easily, of piecemeal kind of things with parking changes or what have you with this, I think something that needs to accompany this, if we want the outcome that we're looking for as opposed to just the output of the report, I would recommend, or at least strongly encourage, that we push it as quickly as possible to go through to them. I would I would think that draft language on ZTAs and the draft language of how you would implement the pieces of this would be useful to send along to the council. I mean, they asked us how to do it. I mean, we've read the letter, and how you do it. There are recommendations of how you do it, generally speaking, but how you actually implement it is changing the underlying ZTA. I would strongly get us to consider that we send along some language, some actual legislative language that would accompany it, or at least very shortly thereafter.
Lisa Gavoni, for the record. One of the approaches that we're taking with the study is we're providing the council a draft report, but we're calling it a menu of options. We don't know what pieces of this menu of options the council is going to want to implement. Like you said, this is very easily a 100-page ZTA. They might want to start with just small scale. They might want to do just medium scale. They might say, okay, let's talk about large scale and what that means. And so I think our reluctance there is, we want to work with council staff on also drafting this and work with them to really figure out what that implementation looks like and see and understand from the council what pieces we want to start with.
Yeah, and I understand that. I think that they've asked us for our opinions on what the best way to achieve X goal is, and I think that the way to achieve that goal is to implement the actual changes that we think. This is our best estimate of how you should do it from an overall piece, and we can implement. I think to them the priorities of how, when, and which to implement on what timeline is sort of in their purview. But if they're asking us for an expert opinion on how best to achieve certain goals, that's what we're providing you, and here's how you put it into place, and then you sort of get to pick and choose. I think from that, I think that if we want an outcome that we're looking for, which is a larger and diverse, more housing essentially, then we provide for them the tools that they need for that, which I think is like language within, Chapter 59 or, Chapter 50 or what have you. And so I understand that. I understand the concern but that back and forth can really stretch that off to the thing. And I think that, providing, and I'm not the one writing it, so this is, I'm getting to push it all off on y'all. But I think providing them the tools to actually, not only do you need to put this in a keyhole, here's a key that'll fit, and this is part of it. And there's a whole bunch of locks on the door. But I think that there's providing them the things that they actually, as much as we can, and what they ask for, I think is an important part of this.
And just to follow up on that, I think I generally agree that my preference would be to be prescriptive. And I totally get the menu of options approach, and I for the most part love the options that you all have created so far. But I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to sort of, well, because this process has also been going on for a while, if there's an opportunity to sort of read the tea leaves during the process too, so that we don't have to first send them a report, get feedback, and then kind of go through this kind of piecemeal ZTA process, but kind of in real time. I mean, the basic bones of this are probably what they're going to be at the end, right? We may sort of, you know, to have discussions, and we will have discussions around the margins of various things. But, you know, small scale, medium scale, large scale, kind of the core components, I imagine those will probably remain the same. And I would also imagine council probably has views, and their staff probably has views on that to this point. So, but, you know, outside of that, I think, like, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, they asked us a question, and I think my preference would be to sort of give them our best assessment of what the answer is. Whether that's in kind of a fully baked, not a fully baked, but like a draft CTA that they can then have negotiations over on the council side, and obviously we can have back and forth and kind of discuss the pros and cons of doing different elements. Obviously, you know, my opinion is this is best done as a fully formed package. Like, these things complement each other very well. So we can talk to them. What are the implications if they take only this piece but leave this out, or if they kind of put the puzzle together in different ways, if they assemble in different ways? We can have conversations about the impact of that. But I think that it would be helpful for them to understand, like, here is the answer to the question of how we best do this. And here is kind of the language that gets us there. And use that as the starting point for whatever kind of political considerations that they want to bring into it, or negotiations. I think there's a lot of potential value in that approach, and I totally get that, you know. And I also understand, like, we are coming into this new and fresh, and we weren't around for kind of the origin of this. And I understand there's already been a lot of communication with community and expectation setting with community, and I'm sensitive to that for sure. But this is also an opportunity for a bit of a refresh, and as will be a theme as we kind of move forward, an opportunity to really be bold and move the ball down the field. We have a big challenge. Doing piecemeal is not good enough, and I think council deserves our honest assessment of what could actually make a meaningful difference. So whether that's kind of sending them a ZTA in draft form, along with a report or some other version of that, I think we owe them kind of our honest assessment of what it will take.
So can I just work? And as you're thinking through this, is there? I don't want to call it a middle ground, but is there a how you get there without fully doing a full draft of a ZT? I mean, I'm not sure of how but you know, or is it we touch base with PHP, you know, as we're moving forward. Like, we get going. We touch base with certain what the board would like to give them, you know, how you get there, and we think that's potentially the best way to go. So it's, I mean, like, do we have to decide this today, or is it, can we get some more feedback, or is there a middle of the road draft, and just sort of the things that, but these are all good. But
But what about how many ZTA are we talking about? Because this is in a short time that they're going to bring it. And if you're talking, I heard you said about 100 ZTAs, then we are not going to be able to keep with the schedule as what you are talking about. If it is 100 ZTAs, maybe you could just give list of the ZTAs without doing the draft language, because putting the draft language for 100 ZTS is going to be a lot of time.
Just for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I think what was probably referenced, I had stepped out for a second, was probably about 100-page ZTA, 100 pages worth of ZTAs, not 100 different ZTAs. You know, and this could be implemented in one large ZTA that captures everything, or it could be that they want to tackle one element of it, and that's one ZTA, another element is another ZTA, and they can do it piecemeal. Or they can do it all at the same time, but in 3 different ZTAs, so they can kind of figure out how they want to implement that. The thing that I would kind of caution a little bit about here is trying to make sure that we have an effective approach to policymaking. And I'm going to say this in a way because some of the wounds are still fresh from when we started working on this. And just a little bit of context there that, we've talked about before. This came about at the same time that we were working on Thrive Montgomery 2050. And so the general plan provides a high-level framework for doing stuff like this. And I would say that it probably wouldn't have been something that raised many eyebrows or many concerns. But at the same time, there was a ZTA that was introduced that doesn't go quite nearly as far as what the recommendations here go. And then we said, well, let's take a pause and we can work on this a little bit and investigate it. And so we were working on the attainable housing strategies at the same exact time as we were trying to get the framework in Thrive adopted. Thrive got bogged down in the details that are in here, which don't even have a ZTA yet. So the details that were provided in here brought the entire Thrive process to a screeching halt. And we then it took about a year and a half before we got Thrive adopted, which probably would not have happened if we did not have this out here. So my concern is that we have really active, and it's great in this way that we have a community that likes to dig into details. And as soon as we put 100 pages worth of ZTA out there, language, this whole process will come to a screeching halt in that it'll be bogged down in every single detail. Should it be 1.2 or 1.3 or, and the idea here is that we have an opportunity to convey finally after 3+ years to the council, here are the board's recommendations, and then say, kind of treat this like an iterative process. We do a check-in with them, and that's kind of what we've communicated with the councils, that we will send you a report that gives you the general policy recommendations. We'll get guidance from you on what you want to pursue. So now we have justification to the community as well to be able to say, we've been told by the council to prepare a ZTA to do X, Y, or Z. And we'll work then with council staff to be able to prepare those ZTAs and then take that next step. I just, personally, I think that will be a more effective way of getting the policy through. The other thing to Chair Harris's question, I think in some way the report that the draft that we had from a few years ago captures what you're kind of looking for, right? There are places where we say, we give some like snippets of potential code changes. I think we were looking to see if we can maybe pull some of those things out, but we could go with the middle ground where we still say, it could be achieved in code by doing something like this. Here's some potential language of how this could be defined, but without having an attachment an appendix. And I keep looking at the team because I want to make sure it's aligned with what they're thinking too, but without putting an appendix that has the 100 pages of ZTA language.
And I mean, my only concern is that ZTA language has to come at some point. And I'm not, and I understand we've had communications back and forth with things. I don't know if it gets any better for waiting. And that language has to come, and it has to come at some point. And I think it's all very nice to put together and I think from the start for the report has to have our best recommendations for it. What we think as a board is our best recommendations, not necessarily negotiated. Now the ZTA, so that's the negotiation, I think. But I think that the devil is in the details, and it's going to be in the details, and it's going to have to be. We can't implement, multiplexes without changing the code. It's not possible. It's not possible.
I guess my thought is it allows us the opportunity to get the direction from the council before we get those details out. Because what they might come back and say, this all sounds great, but we want to really focus in on the small scale right now. And so now we come back with a ZTA that implements the small scale, and it doesn't get bogged down with the details of the AHOM in the middle, medium scale and things like that. So it allows us to do what the council then says they want to move forward with.
And I think we can break it up, and I think we can put it together. You could do. Again, how much leave are you taking?
So,
Ben,
if I can put it back in a different perspective, and Director Sartori touched on this a little bit, it took us 18 months to get to what we're about to try to do with you in 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Because we were bogged down in the details over should it be a 4-foot or a 5-foot step back in the R90 zone if it's adjacent to the. And I agree we have to get there eventually. My fear is we're already shifting recommendations. we really wanted to get this in June of '24 and not '25, and like, I'm just gonna be blunt, I don't think we could get the draft language ready for a June transmittal, knowing what I think we're gonna end up in dialogue, let alone just knowing the 100-page draft I have has already been amended 17 times since then, and I already know like it's already out of date. So there's some of that reality in there as well, that is it the best use of our time to try to figure the code out now while we're doing this versus getting the feedback and then having the summer probably to work on the code. I sense there's an appetite from council to still have some stuff to them this year that is code, but probably not all of it. So I don't think it's a matter of worrying about waiting too long. But I think there is a reality of if we want to tackle this now, I don't know if the schedule is going to work.
Being there with the staff, I think that I personally support a staff approach. I think that that's a good way, especially this is a sensitive subject, that we have a general framework. And I understand your concern, but as long as that they get the direction and agreement that if they have to work everything or what direction they get, and then they tackle with the ZTA and go as fast as possible. I could clearly see that the details that you put, 100 pages, could slow down tremendously. And I think it's a good idea to do what staff and suggesting that we get the direction from the county and give the county and everybody else opportunity to give us their comments, and then we formulate ZTA, our best recommendation with ZTA, as long as we work fast. I think we could, without wasting time. This way you may spend a lot of time, delay this, and it may not even, get there.
I think that comes back to one of the things I was wondering, like, is it possible for us to kind of get feedback during the process? Do we have to wait until the end for kind of real direction about,
My only concern is we're due back in 2 weeks with the next set of recommendations, and if we want details, I need to know that last week. I need to know that now because we need to prepare for it now. And so I think the reason I think we're willing as staff to like figure this out before we even move forward is like it's going to impact it, not as much today. Actually, I think a lot of today's stuff, the weeds never were gotten into and don't need to be, but the small scale, like we need to know what are we presenting in our report and to you guys when we bring that forward. We kind of need to know now, unfortunately, like the level of detail to work towards.
So when maybe no other municipality has done it the way we're doing it, because we're when the other, like when Arlington and Alexandria and some other around the country have done it, have they done more approach like this? And the other question is, I know this is a very sensitive subject, and it appears that there is momentum. What I've seen over the past month, putting it out there in the community to let's continue the discussion. Let's see what are you going to come up with? And so part of me also wants to do the process as you're saying, but if we can get feedback sooner than later, or if we can, and part of maybe a process is to get it in, finish it, get it in, and then we have more certainty over probably which they want to go in and just knock it out. But I don't want to lose momentum, and so and so I understand wanting to, the devil's in the details, but I also think, like Mitra, Commissioner Pedram, that if we can, get it generally in the box and then get some direction on how the council wants to move forward, and then we can just go forward.
And Artie, if I can, just to be clear, my overall concern is twofold. One, that the report that we put out and the recommendations we have are our best recommendations, not before a negotiation happens, I think, is like, this is an expertise question. This is a question of expertise and our best knowledge. I think we should provide that as the report portion of it and the policy recommendations that we give to them. The second is implementing those things after the negotiation of what goes first and how much and when and all that kind of thing. And I just want us to be prepared to move as aggressively as possible to provide, here's what we think. You can go, here's the A version, the B version, the C version. You guys choose C plus whatever. You can implement that. We'll come back. We'll find a ZT. We'll have language quickly. And what my concern is mostly that we provide our best estimate from what we think will work as clearly as we can have it, given what we know. And the second is that we are aggressively able to provide them something to implement that as quickly as possible. That doesn't necessarily mean the 100-page ZTA is attached as Appendix A, but that we are ready to go once those negotiations start happening, as we can provide the information and the details and things like that. And I want Ben and Lisa to be able to go on vacation at some point over the summer. But it's that. It's like, let's give us the best information we have, and then let's be able to implement it as quickly as possible so that we have, we're doing what we've been asked to do, which is provide the expertise and the best estimate that we can give. So that as much as anything else is attached specifically to the report is my overall concern.
And I want to just make clear also that we're not trying to, be negative about this. I mean, we're unbelievably excited and positive about moving forward with this, and we want to do it as quickly as possible too, because we've been working on it for too long at this point. And so, part of this approach is to try to create an approach that will get us things implemented as soon as possible. And, I think, in terms of when you look at the schedule, and I'm sure we'll pull that up again, but we've got 4 more work sessions that we've tentatively scheduled with you to get through all of this, to make sure that we are capturing that we are capturing all of your recommendations here. And then we go right immediately to, for June 6th, the potential board meeting on this, and then we go into the PHP committee to get their recommendations. And so we could, by July 1st, know exactly what we need to be working on, and that this process of ZT, I mean, it is a back and forth, and there will be opportunities for the community and for you all to really get into the details. So we're not talking about pushing things off by a couple of years or something. This is just, could be a few weeks.
And so I think that sounds, that's obviously this is more accelerated than this often happens, as you've described, and I think that's great in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, it's taken us a long time to get here for all the reasons you mentioned, and our challenges are just getting greater and greater. But setting that aside, I also just want to make sure. I think this was kind of alluded to before, but I just want to make sure that kind of when push comes to shove, we, Ben and Lisa and whoever else is supporting you, kind of primarily take the lead in drafting a ZTA. Like, we're not receiving something from council that is kind of their interpretation of our policy desires, that in our conversations with them, we make it clear, like, we feel like it's in the county's best interest for kind of the experts here in the House to draft these changes. Is that how we're thinking about it? Yeah.
I think we can definitely make sure our report and presentation to them speaks to that, we're doing this for their feedback, and then we would like to take the reins to proceed forward.
Okay. That sounds great.
Yeah, so let's go through the first, at least a couple sessions as they.
Let's let her get to the next slide.
Let's let them get then we, and because I hear from the board that that the board members want to make the best go through this, not, provide the best comments we feel, and that they be incorporated into the policy. Is that what I hear? Okay, and then we want to work to get it into the council, and then take the lead, whatever direction they want to take the lead on the ZTA, preparing the ZTA. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I guess that we are giving you thumbs up to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what they want to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cautiously going to the next slide.
Okay.
Building types.
Okay.
All right, so in the zoning ordinance, there are building types that are defined in building types that are allowed in residential zones. There's 4 primary building types. You have your detached house and the dreadful or building or cultural institution, religious assembly, public use, or conditional use allowed in the zone. For our purposes, this is detached house. The next building type is duplex, defined as 2 principal buildings. All of the residential building types may contain ancillary non-residential uses, so I won't keep repeating that. Our third building type that's already in the code is the townhouse, and the fourth is the apartment building type. Townhouse currently is 3 or more dwelling units, where each unit separated vertically by a party wall. Apartment building is 3 or more units that could be arranged vertically or horizontally. So when looking at how we would actually implement some of these recommendations for, you know, a 3 or 4-plex type building, we really felt the existing building types didn't work or would be too difficult to modify to get to what we were hoping for. So we are recommending adding a new building type to this list that we would call the multiplex, and that it would generally be defined as a 3 or 4 unit building for multi-unit living, and that would contain separate discrete units that could be arranged vertically, horizontally, or any combination thereof. Does the board support creating a new building type for the multiplex with this general definition?
I have a question. Do they have to be up to 3 or 4 building at height? Is it the level matters? Because for townhouses, I guess we set up to 3 or 4, correct? For levels?
The height would basically be set by the zone and what we decide, which is a later conversation as to what the height of the building should be. So I don't think there's any height implication necessarily in the multiplex. The implication is just that it's 3 or 4 units in a discrete building.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. This may be, I guess, the right opportunity to bring up a question. I don't want to derail the entire conversation about these specific building types in general. I think that it makes the explanation you gave makes sense for multiplex relative to what we currently have. My question is more about kind of how we're thinking about characterizing what's allowed. And if we thought about kind of using just kind of a unit count, a more of a simple unit count range, instead of a building type or structure type, product type description, which, and the reason, this is sort of coming from, and a lot of my comments I think will come from this place, allowing as much flexibility as possible and trying to avoid situations where we could accidentally, unintentionally like exclude or lead to sort of higher cost development because they're trying to fit something that technically wasn't, you know, that we sort of excluded just by definition because we have a type definition instead of a unit count based approach. So for example, you know, saying, you know, just being explicit if a multiplex is up to 4, just saying 4 or something. Or instead of townhomes, just sort of giving the actual like number of units per lot or whatever the density that calculates up to. So I guess first I'll just ask, like, do we have conversations around using a unit count range-based approach as opposed to a product, like a housing type-based approach?
No, I don't think we did have that conversation. I think we were trying to keep, and in all of this, I will say, we were trying to keep the code as sort of intact as possible while still achieving these goals. We had some very early conversations about like what's the best way and sort of admitting that the way our current codes are set up, it's not easy to necessarily insert this into it. And that felt like more of a housing rewrite than it did a zoning code update. And so I think we didn't take that approach. I don't disagree that I think it would be better long-term if we had a completely different framework of how these residential zones are handled to achieve this type. I just kind of see that as like a phase 2 that I suspect we'll get to probably in the near to midterm anyway, as we're trying to create more form-based codes or other approaches that would help implement some of our Thrive policies, which are just not well handled by the current code. And my recommendation would be, I think it's great to recommend that as like a next step, that this would be the easier, cleaner way to approach it in the future. I think if we want a zoning text this year that's easy to implement. It's probably keeping with the typology scheme we've come up with, and we can talk about whether it's 4 or 5 or whether we keep, because I'll get to some other changes very shortly about apartments and maybe they get added. I think there might be other ways of getting maybe some of the flexibility you're after that doesn't, I don't want to say gets out of scope almost, but it sort of feels a little almost out of scope to do that drastic of a rewrite to the code. But I think it's fair that our report could say it might be better to do this in the near future, and I think we know it might be better to do it in the near future.
That was actually, can I follow up? With
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Linden that some sort of unit per size or unit per lot or something like that is that form-based approach, I think, is more, I totally agree that within sort of the way that it's currently written, this is, I think, a way to get that. But I do think that, and this sort of goes back to what we were talking about a whole 2 slides ago. It's a marathon, not a sprint, or at least 800 meters. But in this case, I think there is room in there for a section of saying that if we want to go further with this, a form-based approach or an adjustment to the overall, to this approach to defining housing by typology is something that we probably need to look at. And that's definitely something that doesn't need the ZTA or anything behind it, but I think let's go ahead and throw that out there in part of the report to say that this is as far as we can. This is about the extent and the limit to which we can go under a type-based approach to housing. And then if we want to go further, I think and I think you're right, sort of near short term would be useful. But I think it's definitely something I have to put in there.
Certainly. With that understanding, do we have consensus to move on? All right. So as I alluded to, there are some changes that I would want to be made to 2 of our existing typologies. The first is townhouse. The draft report as it stands increased townhouse from 3 to 4 or more units, and it added a clause about arranging the units linearly. This came about because originally we were going to actually keep it at 3 or more and have it arranged linearly. And we were approached by some potential builders of this typology saying, well, we understand that, you're not recommending townhouses by right in the residential zones, and so you don't want that aesthetic necessarily. But 3-unit buildings often will be still aligned linearly, and there are examples of this in the county now where we have MPDU optional method development in some of our larger lot zones where they look like houses, and it works. So we said, okay, well, let's go to 4 or more. I think in rethinking this for the sake of simplicity and, does it really make sense to make this complicated? Staff's now recommending just going 5 or more units, dropping the linear reference. And so what this would do is it would just very cleanly let multiplex stop here and townhouse start there. And we wouldn't have this sort of 1-unit overlap. So that's our current recommendation.
I think that recommendation is good.
Yeah.
That is good.
But so just out of curiosity, linearly mean they're in a row?
Yes.
But versus non-linearly means you, what?
Well, so the other reason I wanted to drop the reference to linear is we actually have used as a townhouse building type instances where we've done buildings where there might be 5 units in a row attached to 5 more that sort of face the other way, and they look like from either side a stick of townhouses, and they've been classified currently by DPS as townhouses because the only separation is vertical party wall, and I don't want to inadvertently make that not possible, and so that's another reason I wanted to strike the linear reference. It would might cause problems.
Okay.
Yeah, I similarly, I think this makes sense. I was just wondering though, if we're imagining a parcel that is, more kind of exaggerated rectangle, would this exclude townhomes with entrances that don't face the street but are sort of from the front of the parcel to the rear of the parcel with kind of side entrances as you're kind of looking at it from the street?
The short answer is yes. I would maybe ask we pause that just because it's really getting into the detail of what the small scale recommendations are, which is what we'll get into in 2 weeks. But the intent of this was, currently, we do not recommend townhouse by right as part of the residential detached zones for attainable housing. We are stopping that recommendation at the fourplex size. And so, yes, the intent would be not to allow that. I think we can discuss that, but it's probably better in the context of the small-scale housing.
That makes sense.
And so, and I just want to be clear, in this case, you could have a 4-unit structure that an individual would look at and say, looks like a townhome, but is not by necessarily defined as townhome under this. To a certain extent, it would be vertical. They could be attached to one another, and they could go along a frontage, given that they approve, that they
Yeah,
make
and I
everything
think,
else.
our hope is, presuming that the pattern book in concept survives, we could use that as a way to maybe make it not look like somebody just took a block of 4 townhouses and
stopped
dropped
them.
it, and there's other ways of dealing with it. So I think for simplicity, we felt this was an okay.
I think it's good. I'm perfectly fine with it.
And then similarly, the apartment building type would need to be amended. Again, to not have apartment overlap with multiplex, we would change 3 to 5 or more units. And I think for reasons that we do get into with the attainable housing optional method shortly, we really kind of think there could be a distinction for small apartment building. The previous board liked this idea because they liked the idea of small apartment buildings, and we'd settled on sort of that 20 as the threshold. And staff has no reason to think that that's not a good threshold to still maintain, so we are recommending keeping this definition as proposed. I'm seeing nodding, thank you. So that was sort of the background and definitions.
I have a question.
Sure.
With regards to certain type of housing, don't zones determine what type of housing would go there? And so when you're defining the housing, is it important to identify the type of zone that housing can go in, or are we suggesting that this type of housing can go in any residential zone?
So we will get to that. Like right now, I'm just trying to establish the term so that when I get to building types per zone, I can just start throwing out small apartment, multiplex, or townhouse, and we have an understanding of what we're referring to. So your answer is correct, and we'll get there. Or your assumptions are correct, and we'll get there. So now we're going to actually pivot to the medium scale part of this. And so, as a basic refresher of what is medium scale, it is the development of things such as townhouses, stacked flats, cottage courts, or small apartments, in addition to all of the other smaller scale housing typologies that are in the multiplex or even duplex housing type. This was always envisioned and is laid out in the study as either being on, when I say larger existing properties, I'm not talking huge, but maybe there's an acre or 2 that were undeveloped or underdeveloped. I think we had in mind, similar to the ZTA we just looked at, to allow affordable housing on religious institution properties. We kind of thought that the AHOM might also have fit or could still fit well on an institutional property. So any larger property either that exists or that would be consolidated, that's located along one of the growth corridors from the Thrive Montgomery 2050 plan. In the draft report, there's a much more complicated definition of this because we didn't have an adopted Thrive 2050, and so we had to spell out what those corridors were. So we're going to streamline that, unless there's a reason we want to change that, but I'll get to that in a minute. And we envision medium scale generally as being an optional method of development type project, which I'll also explain on the upcoming slides, where the basis of it would be to provide extra density in exchange for unit size attainability and site plan review. Just some.
Yeah, maybe could you also remind us again, what is a cottage court? And you may have a picture of it, but
I don't have a great one. So cottage courtyard is, it's generally a series of very small single-family detached houses that sort of share a common yard or open space area. And I'll actually maybe talk a little more in detail that shortly and explain sort of the why and the what for the detached house recommendations we have coming up.
So I have again question here, because you say that townhouses up to 3 stories in height. We have a lot of townhouses that are 4 stories. So where do they belong? They're not medium?
I think those are some of the details that do get worked out with like what the height limit is that gets imposed by a ZTA. I think right now, our thought was, and again, we'll talk about this, if we base it off of the MPDU optional method of development, there's a height limit of 35 feet. And so that really doesn't well accommodate a 4-story townhouse. A lot of the 4-story townhouses we see are actually in our commercial residential zones, and they're opting to do those sort of urban 4-story townhouses in those places. At 35 feet, you might get 3 stories in a dormer. So if we want to accommodate 4-story, we can talk about that, but I think that's a different standard that would need to be changed that we're not proposing to change right now.
Yeah, I don't know how it is. I totally understand, because I know at DPS, when it goes to 4 stories, they go, although that they're residential, they go under commercial. But let's forget the designation for the permit purposes, because it's a different kind of construction. But if you look at the scale, to me, they are still townhouses. They are not anything different, and we have to fit them somewhere. Either they have to be a small, medium, or large, the way that you're doing. So, and we have plenty of those 4-story townhouses, plenty of them. So where do they fit if you don't want to touch them in here?
I think the other thing, and again, we'll get to it, but I can preemptively discuss it a little bit, is part of the attainable housing optional method was based around limiting how big a unit can be. And at 4 stories, it would be creating a dwelling unit well in excess of what we envisioned capping that average unit size at. And so that might need to be another discussion we have to have in parallel, that if 4-story townhouses are something the board wants to see, we might have a unit size limitation problem that we proposed.
Yep.
But don't you, just 1 second, don't you think that you could have narrower footprint, but then taller, that allows for 3-bedroom or something like that? Because I thought that I have seen them doing that, so that could allow, if you have the height, that could allow for more housing options.
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I totally agree with you, and it depends on the context. I think we were trying to see how can this be in more of a, single family, or compatible with houses so that people could buy into the concept more. So maybe 4 stories could work well in other in the CRs, or as part of a more of a master plan community. But we're trying to get. I think that was the goal.
Yeah, I think that these are really good questions, and so I think that the point of this slide was really just to give some general definition to medium scale. When we get into the specifics of this, I think we can let's make sure we raise these questions again. So, because I think they're good questions for us to be thinking about.
Again, just some photographic examples of stuff that sort of fits that definition of medium scale, series of different townhouses or multiplex buildings that are, again, standard sort of development of that type that we've seen before. I'm also just going to kind of give a reminder on what optional method of development really is. It is what it says. It is an optional way of developing, where there's usually greater flexibility kind of bestowed on an applicant in exchange for the public getting something. In pretty much every case, part of that is the review of a site plan. And there's also usually some sort of predefined public benefit. There's sort of 2 general optional methods we have now. The MPDU optional method provides better building typologies and lesser setbacks and better development standards in exchange for the MPDUs that we're requesting. And the cluster optional method gives them similar kind of different building types, more relaxed development standards, in exchange for us getting more open space out of that cluster development. And so again, with the attainable housing optional method of development, as I said before, and we'll get back to sort of the definition very shortly, we're looking at getting, the sort of unit size attainability in exchange for them getting the density out of it. So that's kind of why we're thinking of that as an optional method of development. Again, this was something else I want to bring up, the attainable housing optional method really was born from another ZTA that never was formally introduced, but was actually floated at the same time that the ZTA that was going to make changes just to the R60 zone was introduced. And so, I think as planning staff, we thought there was some merit to that approach, which is why we fleshed it out further through here. And I also want to point out that this really, it's a way of jump-starting looking at our corridors as opportunities for growth sort of now and not having to wait for our master plans to come in. I think there is a potential future once we've gotten all of our corridors planned where there's very little, if any, place for the attainable housing optional method to be because we've just rezoned the properties and we don't need this anymore. This is something that's meant to be able to be done under the underlying zone, which is still a residential detached zone now, that does get us that density bonus we're looking for and helps start advancing some of these policy goals, again, without actually going through the process of having a new zone that we've put on the ground just yet. So specifically, we envision the attainable housing optional method as supporting a variety of housing types, as I said before, the duplex, multiplex, townhouse, and up to small apartment. Again, this would be permitting higher densities in exchange for more attainable unit sizes. There'd be provided flexibility in the site design, sort of in exchange for the planning board having a site plan review. I know all of these might be complicated questions, and I'm actually going to get to each one of these later. What I think I'm hoping for just with this slide is for the board to at least agree in principle that we should finish exploring creating an attainable housing optional method development. I would like to sort of hear now any discussion about the site plan review process and would like to sort of confirm that the board would be interested in the attainable housing optional method permitting higher densities in exchange for there being an adherence to an average dwelling unit size. Not getting into the figures, just in principle, are we okay with this direction?
Yeah, in principle, I like the AHOM as the attainable housing as an optional method. I would make a couple of comments, and one being that it be as applicable as widely as possible, not merely just to the priority corridors, but that it be widely applicable to different zones, not just within the priority corridors. I think that is an important aspect of it. And then other than that, with things like a site plan review with the planning board, are there options to have it be reviewed, to speed that review process up, or to delegate it to staff under most circumstances, or something along those lines that puts less that puts less friction between the plan and the building?
There's always options to come up with new
Yes.
ways to do it. So sitting here right now, I don't know if I want to necessarily figure it out, but we could maybe talk internally and bring that as a follow-up back to you guys. Generally now, sites that are under 20 units don't often trigger site plan because they don't trigger MPDUs or recreational amenity requirements. So there could be, maybe there's a compromise there, because I think once they hit the 20 units, we're suggesting they still have to provide MPDUs, and that would push the site plan anyway. So I think we could maybe talk internally about
And that's just
what that looks like.
that's fine. That's all to think about it. But minimizing the friction and understanding that, like, we do subdivisions sometimes at the staff and staff level and director level and stuff that don't necessarily have to come to the planning board, and to minimize that friction. I think the concept behind this is really good. I just broadly applicable across zoning and minimal friction unless it's necessary to come to the board. Like always, there's an option for the board, but just if we can think through that site plan, but not necessarily maybe approve that kind of thing.
I was just going to mention that we do have administrative subdivision reviews, and those are typically new subdivisions that come in that have they're usually 3 or less lots. For site plans, we don't have that administrative review unless it's already gone through a site plan. So we'd have to institute a new administrative review process for site plan, which is not, unattainable here. And we could do it. It's just something to think through, and the timeline should be a lot less than the typical 120 days, which I think is the whole point.
Is the whole point.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, what I'm mainly trying to do is to make sure that we get July and August off, so we don't have anything come before the planning board. No, but minimizing that friction, because when we think about the practicalities of this level of development with this medium and small scale, these are not going to be done by JBG or large-scale developers or people that have this institutional resource knowledge. This is going to be a builder, a contractor, a small proprietorship, something along those lines. And just to minimize that friction in the outside counsel that they're going to need to navigate through the process. And like, we can't reduce all friction, but we can reduce some, is the only concern I have with this. I think the process, the overall idea of the attainable housing optional method is good.
And just to add one thought to that, I think I generally agree. But the key difference for me, I think, when it comes to, kind of the standard optional method, the other optional method we have, we have like real public realm goals attached to that, like real kind of goals that are outside. But, here, the real intent, of course, as we always talk about, it's attainability, and which comes in part from like, the unit, there's sort of things that are a little bit more unrelated to the other goals that we typically associate with the site plan process. And in going through the site plan process, we might lose pieces of that along the way, at least when it comes to attainability, if it takes time and more money and things like that. So I'm also interested in finding ways where perhaps we could be a little bit more streamlined. In some cases, maybe there's a threshold. But I totally get that this would be a different process, and we'd have to talk a lot more about it.
And I think there's some other carrots that can be attached to a site plan review. With the other optional methods that we have done that were in the R90, R200 that went through a TDR or MPDU optional method, you usually got a break on, you change setbacks to where it made sense for different unit sizes. I think we were trying to avoid some of that here. But I think that's some part of it, that if you want relief, for better site design, then maybe that's part of the option.
Just one comment. I agree that many of the developers, the applicants, that they come for this, they're going to be small developers. And many of them, they don't have the resources. And I personally, throughout all the years I have been here, and I just heard another one last week in completely a different setting. I just came across a small developer, says that Montgomery County is hard to get approval, So these smaller, applicants, if we want to encourage them to do more of this, it has to be a way we make it easier in the process, and our request that what we're asking them to do, because if they change their plans 3 or 4 times because they're not familiar with the things that we want, and they really, I have heard it, that they're not going to come here anymore. They have told me, they said that you guys are very difficult, and we're not, and there are smaller contractors that we have. So we have to be very careful. I have another question. This medium size, so if they're like about 19 units, and I know that if they're close to areas that public transportation or the corridors, parking is not an issue. But if we go outside the drive corridors, that people have to drive to get somewhere, then parking may be a consideration. I don't know what you think about that.
Can I say let's wait a few slides and we'll
Yes.
dive head on into that?
Okay, of course you can.
Yeah, let me just say, I totally agree with my other fellow commissioners' comments about, I'm fine with your recommendations, but I also like to figure out how is there a way that a normal a contractor, they're all normal, yeah, could see a site and say, I want to put 5 townhomes there, right? And not have to go through site plan, but maybe if it looked like it was something in the pattern book or whatever, they can go to DPS, get a building permit, as long as they met whatever the general requirements are and didn't have to go through. How can that happen? And I just want to make it also easy for developers, contractors to implement. I see if they have a 19-unit building, maybe it's, but how do we make it some things almost by right, as well as going through the attainable house, the optional method. So so you can go, I mean, but it's a thought, how do you, for something small.
Maybe you can think about a streamlined optional method process, a miniature one for this kind of, for under 19.
Well, and I think this is kind of what we're hearing here is even if we could create an administrative site plan review process that may be a different type of recommendation that comes out of this, it would still be requiring the site plan review.
Yeah,
It just wouldn't be something that goes through the process of coming to the board, right?
Yeah.
And it would allow us to still get the benefits of the site plan review in that, when we're talking about these, especially when the way we've proposed that they are focused on the corridors, right? We're talking about the gateways to a lot of our neighborhoods and places that we want to make sure that this is achieving our vision for what these gateways, these corridors should be. And so this allows us to do that, but maybe at certain thresholds, not through the normal planning board process.
Yeah, and it's not that the optional, not to have the site plan, but that the optional method, that the site plan be provided, within, like an administrative or staff consideration, unless there's some reason that it not be, that it be brought, kind of thing. I mean, we go through the process of a lot of the subdivisions that come to the board, and it ends up being a 5-0 decision. It's fairly quick, right? And I mean, I know that we have policies in place for these, but to a certain extent, like, they can be doing this, and we're given our, sort of policy guidance that's good, that we're in for that.
All right. I'm not going to dwell on this. This is basically, this is one of the things we did try to actually come up with a definition that could plug and play into the code just to kind of set the spirit. And at the bottom, again, it just said subject to site plan, or it just said subject to approval by the board. We were recommending adding site plan. I think we can pause this as part of the previous discussion that it's subject to, we'll figure out what that is and come back to you, some administrative probably level review. So now we'll actually get in a little bit to the where. Currently, the proposal is in the R90 and R60 zones for properties that actually abut a Thrive Montgomery 2050 corridor, or any property that was recommended either directly for the attainable housing optional method through a master plan, so that would be a future action, or if there are any properties that are recommended for a residential floating zone by a master plan, this could also be eligible. A few things I will just point out as part of this discussion. When we were looking at what adjacent to the corridors meant, there was a little bit of a lively discussion with the previous board. What do you do with like these frontage roads, and even more pointedly, what do you do when some of the corridors get a little more suburban and you have like the backs of the houses that are against the corridor? The word abutted was used carefully to make sure that all of those actually count. The idea was you could maybe redevelop a couple of lots in a neighborhood that is not facing the corridor now and just refront that section back to the corridor, and it kind of unfronts itself from the neighborhood. The idea of the floating zones, sometimes master plans do not actually change the base zoning, but might go through the analysis to say maybe a little more residential density is appropriate in an area, and it just sort of seemed like, why not let this optional method be something in lieu of maybe actually applying for that floating zone for a townhouse floating zone, because that can be kind of expensive and arduous. So this would actually make it a little easier potentially for some of those sites to have a means of getting more density without actually having to go through the rezoning process. So this map is a reminder of where these growth corridors are. That is all of the lines in black, including the ones that kind of have the red line trying to cover it up. And so again, we're looking mostly at Down County, but we do have some notable spurs of 29 going up towards Burtonsville. We have Georgia Avenue going up towards Olney, and we have 355 and its infamous numerous name changes going up to Clarksburg, all as sort of the growth corridors. The reason why we stuck with the Thrive growth corridors as a concept, I think in large part was because we are, and we'll get to the density discussion a little later, but we are proposing sort of doubling the density. And so I think we wanted to be a little sensitive about allowing that kind of happening sort of anywhere. it sort of makes sense to us that, you know, we're really pushing this corridor focused growth approach because we're trying to sort of utilize our existing infrastructure, but also sort of plan and make the infrastructure we want built to be functional. And again, as you start getting these things implemented, you start getting frontage improvements. We can start turning these giant avenues into the boulevards that we were hoping they'd become. And so that's the basis for why our recommendations are what they are. So again, our recommendation is that it's an R60 and R90 zone option for properties abutting the growth corridors that's recommended, or that is recommended for this use in a master plan, or that has otherwise been recommended as a residential floating zone in a master plan. And I'll pause there because I do sense there'll be a couple questions.
Just for starters, I was curious, and if you don't have these numbers offhand, that's totally fine. But generally speaking, do we have an estimate for, you know, how many of these lots are in the growth corridor as we're currently, the Thrive growth corridor as we're currently define it? And on top of that, how many of the non-R60, non-R90 residential zones do we also have in the growth corridor?
So I can answer the first question. We did painstakingly go up each corridor, selecting the parcel that abuts the corridor on our web map. It's currently only the parcels that are classified as single-family detached currently, but we can certainly pull all of those parcels. In terms of other zoning, we don't have that currently, but it's something that we could provide the board.
So okay, thanks, I appreciate that. And just to make sure I fully understand which are eligible. So we're not talking about kind of so on this map, for example, we're not talking about what is currently identified in the legend as corridor-focused growth entirely. We're talking about lots that directly abut, as you describe them, those spurs.
Correct. It is just the, I believe there's 13 of them, the 13 actual black-lined corridors.
Yeah.
So it's a narrow buffer off of those.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you literally mean abut.
Yes, literally. Now, you know, and the site's a loose thing, so somebody could, you know, have or acquire a single property that actually has a butt Storage Avenue, and then maybe it acquires two behind it. Those would be eligible because the new site would abut. And so I think part of it was sort of deliberately framed that, like, you don't have to only be the geography currently abutting, because a lot of the block layout along these corridors is there's sort of a logical row of homes that face the street and a row of homes right behind it that face the next block internally. So there might be ways of sort of letting that whole block over time, you know, go through that change. But the block I live on is 20 houses deep off the corridor before the first paralleling thing, and so we didn't want to just say the whole first block in, because at some point you're getting to be many hundreds of feet away from the corridor, and it would start creating a very irregular expectation and growth pattern. So we chose a but didn't say that you couldn't use lot assembly to extend your but site a little further into a neighborhood.
Yeah, I would think that, this is just throwing this out there, that any block that, within a block that parallels the corridor, you know what I'm saying? Because if you go down University Avenue, right?
355, 270.
All the houses that are facing University, but if you could go over a block, you know, like the other side, you know, like if the houses are back, you know, I don't know how.
We spent a lot of time trying to do that, and when you go through the exercise that we went through of actually selecting the abutting properties, you realize there's less places that actually match what you're describing than maybe it feels like, and it gets really, it became very difficult for us to define a but. Like, we had tried a distance measure buffer like we propose at small scale when we do the priority housing district, and that created some very awkward, jagged geographies. We tried looking at like the first block in, but again, the block sizes and shapes, they're great in some areas and they're absolutely not useful for that measure in other areas. And so we picked the lowest common denominator that would be easiest to codify. I think anything's possible, but I think the code to try to achieve, you know, it would be either, if on a block that's arranged parallel to the corridor, then this, and if perpendicular, then how many feet or how many lots in, like, it gets challenging to define the geography, unfortunately.
Yeah. Did you look at like within a quarter mile, or a quarter, I don't know, but.
Well, that's an option that if you want to just go ahead and make it a linear distance and not.
I'm just saying, it just seems, but you guys have gone through it, just sometimes to me, it seems very limiting to just anything that abuts that street.
Yeah.
Is the only property that this option could be used for. It just, I mean, that's my initial reaction.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to agree, actually, that, like, I mean, I understand that Thrive is focused corridor, focused growth, and we're specifically in the growth corridors. But I mean, honestly, we could say something along the lines of anything that's in R60, R90, and not in the ag reserve. And just, there's not saying that's a recommendation we should make. I'm saying there's a simplicity aspect here that we could do. And like, Thrive does take corridor more broadly than just specifically along the thing. I would definitely want to sort of broaden this out from Georgia a little bit. I understand also too that there's a concept in there about encouraging the consolidation of properties for larger. So like, like you were saying, like a 2 deep section, get 2 or 3 and then put a larger 18 units on it instead of like what you might be able to fit on the 1 on Georgia. There's an issue there too. But I would want to stretch this as much as we think we can within the confines of what we've put into Thrive off those corridors and have a lot of that overlap in there. There's a lot of opportunity, and we're still talking about the small and medium scale here, not.
Yeah, I think our recommendations in part are trying to be very sensitive that, we haven't done the master plan process to actually rezone the properties at this scale. And so we're taking a zone that currently only allows either 5 or 7 units an acre, and we're doubling or more than doubling that. And I just think, staff has been a little concerned as to whether that's really appropriate to do if you can't tie it back to something directly. And I understand the board might have a different thing, and we're here to talk about that. But that's the basis of why we've tried to be limiting. I'll throw out there just for contemplation, if there is a desire to expand it and just pick a nice number, it could be another reason to use our priority housing district, which I know we're not really prepared to talk about today, but it's also sort of set a buffer distance off of the corridors that we would otherwise allow sort of a little bit higher intensity by right development. That would help in simplicity to at least maybe start aligning geographies if we are looking to expand certain things. And I'll just put that plug in there.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. And yeah, I guess we can talk more about that potentially next week. I think I'm a little bit worried that there's just, as currently defined, we're not going to really have enough opportunities to take a big bite out of the apple with this new optional method. I think if we're looking for justification or rationale to go further than just abut kind of a corridor, I think in many ways, we have one just looking at the screen here. We have, as Thrive describes, corridor-focused growth, which encompass, I assume, kind of most of the R60 and R90 zones already, or at least much of them. And if we're worried about sort of imbalance or whether certain neighborhoods can accommodate given current infrastructure without new investments and all those considerations, I think one potential option could be, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this or if it was discussed, one potential option could be, just for example, AHOM, however we're pronouncing that, AHOM is allowed, R60, R90 in the corridor, in the corridor focused growth area. But the allowable density varies based on sort of distance from the actual corridors themselves. And then we can get into more detail about kind of some of those considerations too. I'm a little leery about making things overcomplicated, and we talked about simplicity is better in this way. But I think my primary interest is, as we'll talk about over and over, is like, let's just make sure we're kind of expanding this as much as possible knowing that, many of these sites can accommodate much more density, like even up to the kind of the base level, and we'll talk more about this in a second, even up to the new base levels that we're describing, which twice the underlying zone base levels. I think we can also really go further with that. I think there's room, I think there's plenty of room in many of these areas to actually apply much more density. And I would encourage us to think a little bit more broadly about where this can be applied in some form or fashion. The example I gave is just kind of one example of how to maybe think about it, but yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think, this can also be a discussion we'll have. I already have some ideas of maybe making tweaks to the small scale that will also get a little bit at this, and so it can be an evolving conversation. I am going to say we probably will not rely on the corridor-focused growth boundary on this map because it's an amoeba that should not be put on real property lines, because it's meant to be an inspirational idea. It's not meant to draw a hard line. So like, we're not probably going to use that. We'll have to come up with some other proxy, but I think we can definitely internally talk about ways of expanding the opportunity, and whether it's through a tiered density approach, whether it's just offering up a distance buffer. I think we can come back with some options and see if any of them look better.
That would be great. We can't solve it, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to underscore one thing that Ben talked about, just this idea of, and this is one of the things that we hear when we talk to people in the community. Wait, you're doing this without a master plan? And then you have to explain, well, yes, a zoning text amendment, which is how this would be implemented. It has this effective anywhere in that zone. Unless you put in that text, you say it only applies to these particular areas, and that's what we're doing. But there are a lot of people who see this as saying you're making a decision to double the density or triple the density or whatever it might be on these parcels without going through the master plan process where you say this is where we want it, this is where we don't. And so one of the things, if you can go back, Ben, like maybe right there, one thing to think about with this is to say, this is a starting point of giving some sort of definition to where this applies, right? And whether we stick with the abutting one of these corridors or we give some sort of buffer from that corridor. But then recognize that when we go through a master plan process, we can say, you know what? We want this to expand into these neighborhoods a little bit here. And so we can apply the AHUM through the master plan process. The other thing, I'll just give you a little bit of a preview without going into too much detail. We've got a good example of this kind of in action coming up with the University Boulevard plan. Right, you'll see there are opportunities here that, through the master plan process for us to achieve higher densities in areas where we think it makes sense. And this is what the master plan process allows us to go kind of parcel by parcel and say, well, this is immediately near where a BRT station will be. So there we feel like we can change the zone. It doesn't need to be an R60 and R90. It can be a CRN zone or something that allows even more density. And then, we'll allow the AHUM and these other things to apply in the areas that are a little bit less connected to, on the corridor, but less connected to the station. So there are options to kind of introduce additional density, through the master plan process.
And frankly, I feel much more comfortable that way, because even within the tribe, we have to be sensitive to the existing communities and how we're going to impact them. And that's how we can do it. If we just do without any consideration of what is the existing communities, we're going to have a lot of roadblock. But if we, within the review of master plan, we look and see how it works and then try to expand it methodically, I think that would be the right approach to go.
I appreciate what you said, Jason, and about what we can do by, little bites of the apple until we go through the master plan process, and where we can then maybe, get more buy-in for bigger. But Lee, if you can come back to us next, just given our thoughts, whether it's maybe 1/8 of a mile off the corridor, or whatever, but whatever, or what Josh had mentioned, or just normal. And let's discuss it. But we appreciate, the discussion. Remember, this is our first time seeing these, and getting our questions out there. So we said that yes. This, in general, this is fine. This is what you had up here. So we can go to the next slide. Okay.
Yeah, we have the direction I think we need from that, yeah. this is where we start just getting into, again, part of these next sections were really in the report because, again, we were getting into the weeds of a CTA before, but I think it's relevant to keep in the report just to, again, this is how we let the council know that this is what the approach we would take to drafting the ZTA if and when we get the blessing to start working on that soon. So, there's a section in each of these optional methods, procedures of development. Again, it generally specifies site plan review. This can be tailored based on how that discussion comes out. There's a weird provision that allows development across zones. So if you have an R16 and R90 zone parcel next to each other, you can just cross that boundary as one site, and that's not a problem. Calculating density based on usable area is just sort of a standard practice we do, so I'd love to not stray from that. And again, the MPDU rules would still apply. Once they hit 19 or more units, they would have to start providing MPDUs, which shouldn't be hard. Hopefully in this type of development, since we're already targeting a unit size there. So again, the recommendation is that we kind of keep those sections would apply to whatever new optional methods drafted here. Getting into some of the next sets of development standards, I think broadly, using the MPDU optional method from the underlying zones is where I think we would sort of start basing the entire data table off of. What this starts getting at is a lot of the standards, your minimum site areas, your density, your open space, your site coverage. Again, some of these figures would be unique to AHOM, but just having this framework is how the table's set up. Setting lot dimensions, building placement and setback height. It's sort of an exhaustive list. Those tables are long and cumbersome. I think the guidance here is just sort of take the MPDU optional method, copy and paste it over, and then we can start editing the nuances from it. So does that approach sound reasonable guidance? I'm seeing no opposition.
Yes, to the extent that when we copy and paste it over, we do adjust things like the minimum site area, the open space, the site coverage to allow for, and I understand, I know you guys know that, but like to the extent that we want more of that on those lots.
Yeah, we're actually going to start walking through some of those instances next where we think we are going to deviate from that. Again, so in our mind, we've copied and pasted the table. We're going to add multiplex and small apartment as building type columns across the top of that. I think that's something we talked about, and I think everybody supports. So the first we're going to get at is usable area. We're recommending that a usable area for AHOM be set at 2 times the minimum lot size for a detached house in the underlying zone. I think our thought is if it's just the one lot, then it's just small scale development. Since we might have a conversation about that very shortly, and I welcome that. The intent here really was to encourage lot assembly or to provide incentive to some of those larger underdeveloped places that we have now. And again, a lot of this encouragement was really starting to get at things like how do we start reducing curb cuts along our corridors? How do we start actually getting longer and larger frontages that we're improving through redevelopment? And I think our idea was if you weren't able or willing to do that pretty small assembly, just 2 lots, that you just don't have the criteria to qualify for this. And that was just sort of our thinking on that. So that is the recommendation, but I will pause to see if there are some differing thoughts that we could walk through on that.
Can I ask you what size this could be for the small and medium size?
No, so small scale is a completely different discussion. We will focus on in 2 weeks.
So this is just for the medium size right now?
Yes.
I totally get it. I agree with the goal of assembly for kind of better bang for the buck and reaching those other types that we just can't do, on a single lot, like the small apartments or the cottage clusters or whatever the case may be. I wonder if, and this could be a marginal concern, and if it is, we can move past it. I wonder if there's instances where we could be, someone wants, to use, I think it was Commissioner Pedomy before, the example of, 5 townhomes, for example. Are we excluding sort of some edge cases from happening because they need to sort of either find or assemble a lot of a certain size before they can do something on the smaller end of the medium scale that we're talking about?
The answer to that would be yes. I think this could inadvertently exclude that. It's making me, I think there's different ways of approaching it. One of them would be to change this standard. I think another probably gets at the exact same answer would be maybe our small scale recommendations have a third tier for the abutting properties on the corridors and not just the ones that are within a buffer of it. So I think there's ways we could, again, internally kind of look at that and see if we want to propose something different for small scale, or at least bring it back with a menu of options that maybe could address I understand the concern, I think, that you're raising, and I think there's a few different ways we could look at addressing it.
That makes sense. And I acknowledge this probably isn't kind of the instances where this could happen, relatively few, hopefully, compared to what we would be seeing otherwise. But yeah, that'd be great just to see some suggested kind of paths forward that could, whether it's small scale or in here, that could kind of accommodate those potential edge cases.
Yeah, same comments. I think it also, I think, goes back to the practicality aspect of who will be assembling and putting these lights. And I understand the concept of like needing a certain amount of resources and background to be able to do this kind of thing, and that's certainly there. But we are looking at smaller, less resourced organizations that will probably be making these types of builds in these types of areas. And so I don't have an exact thing that I would think like specifically that I would want to do, but like I think we should think about this a little bit to allow for again, slightly less friction in that development for folks that do this. It's one thing having a lot; it's another thing having to get that lot next door or the lot behind you or to the side. So something to think about if we can come back with that a little bit.
Okay. So now having the density conversation. So currently in the R90 zone, the base density is 4.84 units an acre. And we're recommending approximately 10 units an acre. And I'm going to get into lots of precedent and reasons. So this is just sort of facts, and then we'll look at stuff. Our 60 zone, the base density currently is 7.26 units an acre, and the recommendations were for about 13 units an acre as a starting point. And then we are looking at a bonus density, because again, part of this that we'll also talk about shortly is this idea that we are hoping to set an average unit size for the developments, because we don't want to just make this a giveaway to developers to build giant, 3,000 square foot townhouses along our corridors. And if a developer were willing to build even smaller than the average unit size, let's give them a few more units. And so effectively, and we have a chart that shows this, it doesn't actually increase the floor area ratio respect very much. It kind of pairs well that you just kind of get more density and the unit sizes shrink, and the built environment stays pretty similar along the way, which we actually thought was a nice perk of this ratio we came up with. So those are kind of the recommendations we have. We did look at quite a few things when trying to come up with these recommendations. The starting point is we already have townhouse zones, and they allow 9, 12, and 15 units an acre as their maximum density. We also looked at some existing townhouse developments that have occurred either in the CR zone, and one of them was kind of an old I3 zone from the old code, just to see in a less constrained environment, what are we yielding? We also looked at the missing middle study and some of the work done with the Veers Mill Corridor Master Plan. And then there's some other resources that have kind of come up with estimates of how many units an acre different typologies would yield. Starting with our sort of precedent developments, and again, they're larger. I get that. The open space requirements are a little more. You have things that are starting to factor into this, such as roadway and utility dedications that may not come into play with the AHOM because they're probably on existing lots. But Rock Spring Park is one development in the middle of the Rock Springs Office Park. It was the old I3 zone, and it did yield about 15 units an acre, and it was pretty much the most dense thing I could find that was a townhouse development that we've approved in the last 15 years. Another very recent development off of Randolph Road near the Loman's Plaza Shopping Center is Randolph Farms, and it was only hitting 12 units an acre. Now these are larger unit floor plates, and again, there's other things I sort of mentioned, and so I understand it's not completely apples to oranges, but I like the real-life examples because it is dealing with all of the codes that require the setbacks and the PUEs and all the things that quickly will start eating away land you actually have to build anything on.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing, looking at some of the density precedents, along Veers Mill Road, there's a site called the Robindale site that looked at a potential missing middle diagram. It says it can get about 30 units an acre. Looking at it, it was using some very small units to get that. So, you know, in theory, we also could get mid-20s or more an acre if you started getting unit sizes this size based on the formula that we've come up with. So in some ways, this actually trends very well with what we've recommended. And again, there's just lots of studies, again, varying. Townhouses 11 to 25 units an acre, you know, duplexes 8 to 17 units an acre. You know, you start getting into your stacked units and your small apartments, you can drive the density up somewhat substantially there.
I have a question. Would a developer want to make units as small as possible to have more units to sell, or would a developer want to make them larger? And so I would think, and so I'm asking that because I'm trying to like understand on my own why there's a minimum size and a maximum size, and because I think a company in business wanting to maximize opportunity is going to want to build as many units as they can. And so what is the motivation to have like a minimum size as opposed to letting a developer do whatever they want to maximize it? Thanks.
So, I mean, at its basis, I mean, the reality is I'm not a real estate expert, and I can't answer that. I think, you know, Lisa might be able to, or Ms. Scavone might be able to chime in a little more on it. But I do think it sort of feels like in the current market situation we have now, building the units as big as will sell has been the trend. And that's sort of our fear, is that still might be some of the inherent pressure. And so we wanted to create the incentive to go smaller. And I think in our opinion, if they keep driving these unit sizes down, that's great, because that's going to make them inherently more attainable. And so it's you know, we deliberately didn't place a limit on how much density bonus you could claim, because I think we're hoping it drives this down, knowing that I think there are going to be some developers that are going to want to push a few larger units in there because they might see them as actually easier money for them than a lot of small units that still have to have bathrooms and kitchens and very expensive fittings. But I'll let Ms. Scavone.
Sure, I'll chime in a little bit. There have been, you know, precedents in the county of people building smaller units to make them more attainable. A really good example is in downtown Silver Spring. There's a condominium called the Octave, and it was an office to residential conversion, but they created a lot of micro units. I think the floor plan gave way to creating those types of units, you know, more easily. But one of the things it did is it created a price point where 80% of the people that bought a condo were first-time home buyers. And so we're trying to create that incentive, that guidance through this, through our work on attainable housing to help create implicit incentives to have lower price points.
Yeah.
And because we know size has a big impact on affordability.
I think it would be, that's a very good question. I think it would be really nice, because this information, we put it out, we try to put incentive, but the developer decide based on the market what to do. Either they grab the incentive or they go for something easier. I think it would be good that we follow through and see that if at the time that this is out there and people are going to use it, to see what people or the developers actually grab and what really works in the market. Mm-hmm. And we follow through for the first couple of years. I don't know how long it takes, 2 years, 3 years, to see how the trend is and see that if we need to make some adjustment to make the trend better, or if it is a slow, why is it a slow, and how we could make it better. I think this is something that we need to provide as part of the attainable, to monitor and see that how these recommendations are working and allow some kind of adjustment within the second year or third year, whatever you think is the right thing to do. Because we can make all of these assumptions, and when it goes, we see that it's not moving. So we have to see why it's not moving. That's important. As part of the recommendation, I suggest we put some kind of monitoring and adjusting procedure.
Definitely a good point. I definitely think even if it wasn't in there, and I think we're happy to add that recommendation, I think we were probably going to do it anyway, because you're right, there's no point going through all this work to not have anything come from it. And if it means a follow-up ZTA to tweak some of these numbers and clean things up, I think that's something we would also love to see happen, so.
Can we back up one slide here? Two slides, I think. It might have been 3. Anyway, there we go. That's the one I was looking for. I really like the idea of tying the bonus density to the average unit size. For one, as I think Commissioner Pettaway and Commissioner Bartley are saying, that doesn't mean that every unit has to be 1,500 square feet. It means an average. You can have several 2,000. The Veers Mill corridor example you had multiple different types of things upon a single lot size, or lot, and the different types of units. I think that's illustrative of what you could do with some of the larger sites under this AHOM. So I like, generally speaking, the idea of tying the bonus density to the average size, therefore encouraging density, because you're creating more units. 2, you're minimizing the cost per square foot to who's ever purchasing it, but to the developer, then there's more money to be made from an already existent investment in certain underlying costs that are part of that project. So I like this approach quite a bit. Honestly, I am with the bonus density and setting the density at sort of 2 times the underlying. I think it would be useful to see some analysis on sort of how much more, we think we could get with regards to density if we set it at 2.5 or something like that. When do we start? At what point does the bonus density now bump up against the number of units before you move into like large scale or you move out of the AHOM? Does that make sense? Like I like the bonus density idea. I do sort of support the idea of making that base density a little bit higher than just twice the size, but I like the 10 to 13 if that's what we go with. I think it's fine. But some analysis of sort of like how much could we raise the base density before that bonus density starts not impacting how much more people could potentially build, if that makes sense. Or how much it then might incentivize a larger lot size or consolidation.
Yeah, I think we actually did look at that, and I thought I had it in here, and I regret to say, actually, it's here. So.
Oh, damn.
We'll get to, so it sounds like there's at least support for, we'll talk a little more about the actual density, but there is support for a substantial density increase over the underlying zone.
Yes.
And it sounds like there is definitely support for an incentive process based on average unit size.
Yep.
I have that. I just want to one another question is that I do not know, you may have done that up to what size it makes sense for developer to make a smaller and have more density and still be profitable. I think it is important that if we get, because there are certain things that you have to build for each unit, is bathrooms, a kitchen, and plumbing, and all of those things. Up to a certain point, I believe, if you make it smaller than that, it may not be profitable for the money that they get. To make sure that we are successful in this, I think you have to have some idea what is the line that makes sense for the
Do you have
construction.
a developer I can talk to? Because they don't like telling those secrets to us.
Oh, they don't?
Well, if you.
DPS may be able to have.
Well, we'll, offline, we'll talk, and maybe there's some people that we can recommend to see if you can talk to them. I do like the 1,500 square foot as the base. I think you can fit, depends on how it's constructed. That's a 3-bedroom, 3+ bedroom, unit. And even if they went down to 1,200 square feet, some of those units, maybe that's a 2-den or a 2-bedroom. You can get 2 bedrooms in a 1,200 square foot, at least an apartment you could. Yeah. So I think this is good. You want some smaller units, so that people can afford to live. Yeah. And they pay less. But the also thing is talking to these developers or contractors, how make it simple, it depends on if it's, like when you showed on Veers Mill, I don't know how large, that's a pretty large site there, but how can you make things fee simple or whatever? Because, if they can't sell them, and if it's not simple, if it's supposed to be a, fee simple, then they won't do it. They likely try to do individual homes and to get the largest homes they can. So let's talk to some people. I like the model you're doing here, so continue.
Sure. We ran out a couple scenarios up to a 30% reduction in average unit size preemptively. So taking it from 1,500 square feet down to 1,050, which is getting closer to the Robindale site example. I think that actually is even a little smaller than that. And if you start the R90 zone at 10 units an acre, you'll get up to 16 units an acre with that reduction. And in that curve, at 15 units an acre, you actually start losing. It starts actually not working in the density favor. And it's actually similar, that 25% reduction is sort of where I think all of the zones made their tip, where nobody's probably going to go past that unless there's something else compelling them. And so at R60, if you started at 13 units an acre, you could get up to 21 units an acre with a 30% reduction in average unit size. But it looks like somewhere right around that 20 units an acre, and that scenario is also that tipping point.
I
good.
really
Yeah,
like
that's-
this.
yeah, that's-
Yeah, sorry. This is a really helpful example, and similarly, I really like this approach of kind of the 2-for-1, how we're tying both together. But I think seeing this table, and I had this question before as well, because just doing various calculations of different types on different lot sizes, I wonder if and we'll talk more about kind of whether twice the base level is sufficient or whether we want to go higher. But I wonder if the current proposal of twice the base underlying zone, are we actually excluding, for example, many small apartments, many stacked flats, many stacked triplexes that, there was a previous, when you showed kind of the comparison table of the different studies in a previous slide, it looked like, there were many instances where kind of the range of average density was quite a bit higher than even accounting for this bonus density, quite a bit higher than kind of what they could actually reach. And so if these are the types, or if these are kind of the overall number of units that we envision kind of through this method, I wonder if twice the base underlying zone density is enough to get us there.
Again, I think that really comes down to just where is the comfort level. I guess the comfort level that staff and the previous board had was, as Director Sartori has kind of mentioned, this is a zoning change and not a sort of a planned discussion through a master plan. And we just, at some point, I think we just felt like maybe it could accommodate more, but that's just kind of beyond the scope of what should be done through a ZTA. Again, I think maybe there's a different opinion on the current board. There might be a different discussion amongst staff. I think we're happy to have that internal discussion to see. But I do think that is part of sort of, at some point there is a reluctance where I think we feel like this is actually rather progressive for something that is just an optional method in a residential detached underlying zone.
Yeah.
And I think we want to be careful not to sort of do a zoning rewrite by proxy of a ZTA that didn't have the benefit of doing all the studies and analysis of capacity of this kind of density, knowing and hoping that these very same corridors, hopefully over the next 10 years, will mostly all be reviewed by a master plan anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely look at it, but that is kind of, I think, in the back of our mind a little bit as to why you might hear a little hesitation in my voice to how much further we would recommend we push.
And that's, it's helpful for me at least, hearing you describe this at least a little bit, if I'm understanding correctly, like this optional method, proposed optional method, it's a little bit of a kind of an interim placeholder, if you will, between now and kind of when the master plans would review these areas. And that totally makes, that's a helpful way for me to think about kind of moving this forward. But it's also, and we'll talk more about this next week, I think if and again, if I'm understanding this correctly, this could be a reason to, coming back to the small scale, can we, if we're going to be a little bit more limited on this side, can we take the small scale and just push that a little bit further? And we can talk more about that next week. But I would hate to go through this and I agree, I agree with you. This is very like progressive work. It's really interesting work, and I think that it ties the incentives exactly right. But I would hate to go through all of this work and at the end of the day kind of come away with very few or relatively fewer units than we hoped for from this for a variety of reasons. And because of that, maybe we can sort of compensate for that on the small scale side and maybe allowing a little bit more by right there. But we can talk more about that next week or in 2 weeks.
All right, so I'm hearing generally there's consensus that we're on the right approach, but there's a few things we'll look at and circle back on. Okay. So next one is 1,500 square feet. I think the chairman hit on this a little bit. It seems like there's consensus that's a good proposal for what the average kind of should start at.
Yeah.
And again, I think we liked it. It did allow for a variety of ranges. Allowed for some family scale developments and allowed for some single occupancy scale developments. The last one that's interesting is the detached house. So I think when we first were drafting this, we actually had excluded the detached house as an allowed building type. It seemed kind of silly to tear a house down for a house. When we got to the planning board, there was an interesting discussion because we were trying to figure out how to make cottage courtyard development work, and that just completely blows up our current zoning ordinance as it is, and was not something that we could figure out how a ZTA would get in there. That's a rewrite ambition. And so the thought was, well, why don't we say you can do detached houses as part of an AHOM, but limit the maximum size so that it forces them into being cottages. And if somebody wants to do a 4, 6, or 8 unit cottage court as their preferred AHOM method, where there used to just be one house, that also sort of felt like it was a win. This is maybe also something to discuss. We can look at as options is like if we want to expand the AHOM a bit broadly, maybe the small apartment drops, but the cottage court's emphasized if it's more interior. I think there's ways we could play around with some of this, but that's a lot of backstory as to why there is detached house here, but we are actually recommending limiting it to the average of 1,500 square feet so that if you're going to do it, keep it small so that it's sort of part of an interesting development of missing middle product types and not, again, a way of just trying to get 2 large houses squeezed in where there used to just be one house.
Yeah. So I like that option. I mean, they've been talking in the papers about people want the starter home for folks, and a 1,500 square foot starter home is a lovely starter home. So I would think, and it's really per square foot. It's more. They get more area than in a townhouse that's 1,500 because you don't have all those stairways. It's likely maybe 2-story at best, and so I think that this is to me, it's a great option.
I like the limit. I just also want to be clear, my house is 1,300 square feet before you add the basement of actual living space.
I was about to say,
and I will die in that house.
The previous board was tired of hearing me say I live in a 1,200 square foot 4-bedroom house.
Yeah, 1,200 square foot 4-bedroom house, yeah.
One of the bedrooms is a throwaway, but it has a closet and a window. It is a bedroom. And it is, so when people ask like, well, you can't, you only can do 2 bedrooms of 1,200 square feet. No, you can get 4. And again, it's the point. It's attainable. There's a reason that we were able to afford it because it was attainable on its size. So,
and that's exactly.
Where is it located?
Twin Brook neighborhood, right across Deers Mill from him.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said too for the interaction of what we're talking about right now, which is zoning restrictions and bloat, but also like the increase in the square footage size of the housing. That's the way to increase your as sort of Commissioner Pettaway was alluding to, there's a certain underlying base investment that you need just to create a living space, right? Plumbing, foundation, all that kind of stuff. And to a certain extent, like once you've got that, the way to increase your profit is to make a larger square footage house under the zoning rules that mostly apply largely across large swaths of the United States. And so like putting this back to the houses in the Twin Brook neighborhood, I think y'all's side was built in the 40s and the north side in the 50s, and that were 1,200 to 1,300 square feet in houses. And then we finished the basement because our kids and we were all inside for COVID, and it got crowded in there. Not so much that it was more just that they're active. But like, you know, there are plenty of people in the county and plenty of existing homes within the county that are 1,500 square feet or less that house families in up to 4 bedrooms. These are not undoable numbers. And there are like plenty of them countywide, and it's an attainable level of house. I just never want to move again, so I'm not leaving.
So for the detached house, it's not average, it's the maximum 1,500. So if they have like about 10 cottages, they cannot mix and match, make a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom, make one bigger, one smaller.
You know, I think originally we had, I think even proposed limiting this to 1,200 square feet, so you could do like 6 and 6, and you could kind of fit more on the site, and it just, again, simplicity, we decided at the end of 2021 to just do the same 1,500 that we were setting the average at. So our envision would be there would be a mix of cottages, and that some wouldn't be built to 1,500 square feet. You'd get some, there may be only 900 square foot, 1 bedroom plus den, little cottage next to a 2-story, 2 or 3 bedroom cottage. You know, that's the hope. But it just, again, for simplicity, we just decided to set a maximum.
I think simplicity is that to make it the same for everywhere else. And I thought that the only thing that you're putting maximum size is for detached house. Everything else, it was the average 1,500.
I think our concern is if you give that flexibility.
So for example, the cottage courts that you're talking about, someone may want to put like about 10 of those. I don't know how many could fit. Let's just, for the simplicity, we say 10. So they could have one is 1,700, one is 900, and one is 14. So they have all of these different sizes, and average would be 1,500, like all the other ones that we talked about. My question is that why do you just make that maximum for detached houses while the other ones, they didn't have that maximum? And because this way they could allow them to have 3-bedroom or, I don't know, if 4 fits, but allow different size of bedrooms.
I don't have a great answer. I can speculate in part because I also think when staff started this discussion, we were just going to do a hard limit of 1,500 square feet for everything, and we were given a little pushback to create the flexibility. But that was when we weren't including detached houses. Part of the nuance is in our 18-month journey, we never went through and said, here's medium scale. We would literally hit subject matter at a time, and this is the first time staff actually has ever had to come up with a presentation to just do small or just do medium or just do large, and that's where it's like, this is interesting, which is why we're already refining some of our own recommendations, because it's been an interesting perspective for us. But I don't have a great answer other than I know our intent was to not tear down a 1,500 square foot house to potentially have somebody just put back an 1,800 square foot house. Like the intent was really to, again, discourage this in general, and it was at the previous planning board's request that we actually re-include it. And their compromise was, well, let's just limit the maximum size so that if somebody chooses to do that building type again, because inherently it also becomes a little bit of a land waste if you're doing a detached house, because there are fire code setbacks on the side that with a townhouse and it's fireproof party wall, you're a little more efficient with the land. So I think there's a lot of reasons, and they don't necessarily are great ones. I'm open to a suggestion, but I don't.
Yeah, I think where my mind immediately went was to the land efficiency piece of it, and it's hard to sort of tell and precisely without kind of modeling it out, but I could see some situations where if you averaged it out, you could potentially lose a unit or two on the same kind of lot of land, just based upon those different requirements for setback and kind of spacing and the open space and how the lot is, how you'd have to fit all the pieces on the same lot. It could be that maybe if you averaged it, you could fit 4. If you didn't, but if you set the hard cap at 15, you can fit 5 or something like that.
I think it may be totally the other way around, because sometimes there are restrictions on the land that you may want to put all different sizes, and you get a better number of the properties.
Yeah.
That creates and it provide a better rate of return for the developer. So you have a piece of land that is left over that it may be 400 foot that you cannot build anything, but you could increase some size of your unit, some of the unit, and you provide. The idea for me is that we provide housing for all different level of interest, okay? And if you have a different kind of sizes for different variety and diversity of your homeowners and provide them that, then that is a good option also. And especially if you have a piece of land that is not just a square and has a lot of other, and most of the lands are like that you cannot build, or you have a leftover in one corner, and you could make your property unit a little bit larger without using density.
Yeah, so I think it can go both ways, but
Yeah.
by having a maximum size, I mean, some could be smaller to fit in that one, Commissioner Pedram, that, needs to be smaller to fit. But I think part of it maybe was the 1,500 because it's the thing about having smaller homes, having homes that are more affordable if, that some of them, they're not, it's not 1,800, it's not, because they're going to, but I'm okay with either way. But I think that the goal is attainable housing, things that people can afford, and the bigger it is, the less can afford. And if they can't fit it on, they can make some of them smaller because they.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
I can go back. I've been going since reading through this back and forth on this one a little bit. I think practically speaking, 1,500 square foot as an average is going to put a hard cap limit on the overall size of any one particular unit anyway.
Yeah.
So to a certain extent, like if you want, to a certain extent, I get what Commissioner Pettaway is saying is like, can you squeeze, 2,000, two 1,200s over here and a 2,000 over here just to make one a little bit bigger, and your cost per extra square foot is going to be fairly low after some point. But then again, we do want to. We want to create a certain level. I think putting a 1,500 square foot average across it puts a pretty hard cap on the maximum. You wouldn't go through this process to knock down a house and put another house in.
Yeah.
Like you would be, that would be a by right development. That would be a permitting it. That would be you go to DPS if you wanted to sort of tear down and rebuild. That's or add on to an existing unit. If I think you're going to go through this process, you're at least looking to put larger numbers of units on there overall. And I think flexibility is key. I think it's marginal to begin with, but I think your average dwelling unit size pretty much puts the hard cap on your top anyway. Like there's not too much more you can go before you start not being able
I
to build.
agree 100%. It's just that flexibility would be easier for the developer. That's where it is. That if there is 100 square foot somewhere that they could make something a little bit larger, why not? It doesn't hurt.
I'd like to give a frame of reference. So I've lived in 3 houses for my life, and 2 since I've been here in Silver Spring. And one is 1,600 square feet, and the other one was 1,232 square feet. So I was researching it on my phone. And so I think smaller than 1,500 is doable, because I lived in two 4-bedroom homes that were 1,200 and 1,600 feet. And so is 1,500 feet small enough?
But we're saying, if you want to average more in that and you want to maximize your density, that's also perfectly fine. You just can't make the average density. You can't make them all above 1,500 square feet. I think you're perfectly fine. If you want to go from like 8 units to 10 and make them 1,200 square feet, I think perfectly, there'd be 2 to 3 bedroom units, perfectly reasonable if you can fit it in. And there's nothing to stop you from doing that under this, isn't it? We're not saying they have to be 1,500 or it's going to be more. So,
I to be honest, I feel a little conflicted on allowing detached houses, I think, to begin with anyway. Not because, purely because I think in order to accommodate the sort of cottage cluster arrangement we're talking about, you need a larger piece of land, right? If you're assembling a larger piece of land, I think there are other types. I think I personally rather us maximize that process to get more and different and diverse types on a larger piece of land than cottage clusters, which would be less land efficient to begin with. So that's kind of, that's at least my starting point. I also suspect that there probably would be fewer instances of this development type than others. And so it may be a little bit of a marginal case to begin with. I don't have strong feelings about whether we, in the end, keep this in or take it out. And I think because of that, I guess I don't have strong feelings about the average or the maximum. I just wanted to point out that, you know, if we're going through all this effort to try to, we're encouraging lot assembly, we're encouraging diverse housing types, which for sure cottage clusters are one of those diverse housing types, but we're also trying to up supply. And so to that end, I'd like us to, you know, and this is, you know, to our credit, like this is the only piece or one of the very few pieces that do focus on detached houses. I also think that maybe there's room to think about how we sort of make other types more competitive with detached houses on the small scale development by focusing more on kind of, you know, conditions for detached houses. We can talk more about that. But in general, I think that, you know, we're going through all this hard work that you all are doing to sort of fit these diverse types on all these pieces of land in kind of a limited corridor fashion. I'd like us to try to take advantage of the opportunities we have to kind of maximize the amount of units we get on there. All that said, I think that, you know, if it's sort of the consensus of others on the board, I'm happy to go along with this.
I think to sort of piggyback on what you were saying, I think the cottage court type or the detached, whatever version of detached cluster house style you want, is going to be more dependent upon the overall land value in general, which is going to be a gradient from closer to the corridor as you get further away. So one of the things that, and I do not want to make you go back several slides, but if we're talking about where the AHOM is eligible for, this is not, I think, a type of building that will be largely prevalent along Georgia Avenue. I think on Georgia Avenue, you're going to up the density. You're in a more valuable spot. You're closer to the corridor. I think you're going to get a gradient. What this, I think, is a useful type to consider is as you go further back into neighborhoods and you get, and I think Twin Brook's a good example because they just pretty much chopped everything up. We can't chop up that lot because there's something weird there. Yeah, let's leave it there and we'll come back later, and you get these weird shaped large lots, whatever. I think as you get further and denser into a neighborhood, this is where this type of style makes much more sense, both economically and sort of, you know, within the system. So if we're talking about where we're allowing optional, the attainable housing optional method, the further we get back, the more likely we are to see something like this, in which the detached home is a more reasonable thought.
I think that's a perfect. That's a really good point. I think that's a perfect reason to revisit, as we've talked about already. Do we stick with abutting? Do we kind of go further back into neighborhoods beyond just kind of abutting? If we did sort of expand it, I think that, you know, for those reasons, for those sort of land and land value and market reasons, something like this could make sense. So maybe there's ways to kind of have
the
these
mental
complement
notes
each other.
there about, again, I think we'll come up with a couple of options, and I think there is a mental note there that maybe one of them is AHOM that only allows detached homes and multiplexes, but not towns and apartments here and over here, or some variant of that. So it's.
Okay.
Just need time to think.
So on this slide, I think the consensus is limit the average unit size of 1,500 square foot for detached homes, okay? That's
I think that's fine.
So just leave the first bullet and.
Leave the first bullet, and you can change the second one. At the end of the day, you'll probably end up at the same place, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
We're near the end.
Okay.
So next recommendation is for open space. If we look at the MPDU optional method of development, those projects require 20% of the site to be common open space, kind of recognizing that a number of these projects will be slightly smaller in scale, but by nature may not actually come with much private open space in the form of yard space. We've thought some common open space was still relevant to provide, and so we just halved it to 10%. And so that is our recommendation here, is that we do 10% common open space for attainable housing optional method projects.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
This slide was not in the staff report. This came about this morning because as I was trying to prepare for the small-scale staff report I'm writing, I realized it's really good to talk about parking while you're talking about typology, so please bear with me. When it comes to the parking recommendations for the medium scale, they're kind of built into the same family of recommendations in the staff report as the small scale. And roughly what the recommendation was is that there'd be a general reduction of parking by 50%. So instead of 2 spaces per unit, you'd do 1 space per unit. On a AHOM development site where 50% or more of the site frontage does not allow for street parking. So like if you're bounded, predominantly by Georgia Avenue and some other road that doesn't allow parking because you're too close to its intersection, that you'd have to do 1 space per unit. If you happen to find a site where more than 50% of your road frontages do allow street parking, you could go to a 75% reduction or otherwise require a half a space per unit. And at least portions of this are actually made irrelevant with ZTA 2310, so that any of the AHOM sites that happen to be within a quarter mile of a BRT station already have a means to not provide any parking now. I didn't reference the purple line or red line stations because most of that's zoned something other than this and it wouldn't overlap. So the recommendation is to sort of allow that as the parking suggestion to, again, reduce parking for all the sites by half, and ones that can prove they have more street parking by up to 3/4. There's a little bit of nexus to this. This is a discussion that got taken down with the ADU discussion in parking, and basically one of the things the hearing examiner looks at is whether the street parking is allowed in front of that or not, as to whether you need to provide an off-street parking space for that unit. So that's where this nexus came in, as to why we don't recommend a steeper reduction if there's not street parking availability.
Personally, I think the sort of the best practice and the benefit is to reduce the parking as much as possible with the number of units available. I think it's good. And I think I mentioned when I sent some comments in, but some credit for that frontage of parking spots I think is important, like 25 feet, whatever it is, some credit for frontage. Not only just reduction in the number of spaces provided, but credit that those are parking spaces assumed to be attached to whatever units you have. So I mean, I'll trust you. I trust the analysis. Just generally speaking, reducing the amount of parking, if we want to up the number of units, is better. And generally speaking, we're putting these in growth corridors that have access to buses, that have access to, generally speaking, mass transit, that kind of thing. I think it's reasonable to consider how much reduction we can have in parking for this type of development. I think it's.
And I mean, that's ultimately, I think that's hard to quantify because we're just entering in Montgomery County the era of not having parking requirements in places and knowing how that plays out.
Yeah.
In disclosure, so with some of the public comments, the listening session was a very favorable day in general. Since then, it has not been terribly favorable, directed towards staff and the comments that are coming in, and parking is probably, no surprise, the 90% thing that's being hit on, with stormwater being like the other one that is predominantly coming up.
Yeah.
And so this, I respect that. I think the board may want to be a little more aggressive on that. We're trying to be a little respective of some of those comments that we've seen, and
Yeah.
until we can tackle it at a countywide basis, which may be coming anyway, we were being a little more cautious in reducing it.
It's just when you get to a 60 or 90 lot, and you're talking about fairly small, 8th to 12th acre, what have you, like that. Once you're starting to put, 6 units, now we got 1 parking space per unit. You're really starting to sort of lose the amount of space that I think you could actually fit a lot of things in, unless you start either structured or covered, or you count some sort of credit for whatever the frontage is and assume that there's some street parking. And I mean, I don't know if doing this is going to minimize any criticism we get for street parking, for the parking anyway. And I think that, people will adjust to what is, necessary within that area. If you're a cyclist, you can go be a cyclist, and that might be something you look for as opposed to something else with more parking. I think there's adjustments that people make to that aren't that they will make on their own, and we don't necessarily have to provide so much parking per unit. But I'll defer to the rest of the board on the comment.
So, yeah, I think it's somewhat site-specific, and some communities only have parking on one side of the street, and, you can't assume they're. So I think your reduction is reasonable here. I think in a dense community, parking is going to be an issue with the community. So I think, and also, it'd be nice, you had talked about the pattern, but it'd be nice to see, can you get the density you want in a site, and if you do, how much, can you fit the parking on there too? What does that look like? I don't know if have you
Yeah,
played with it?
when we do the small scale, you'll see a bunch of some drawings that show how we can accommodate parking on the sites.
Okay. I think this is, is this good enough for now?
Good enough for now, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I can also just dissuade that for the AHOM, I think it'll be easier to find parking because you could just do a little lot in the corner that shares it, because we are hoping to have most of the building type as a multiplex or small apartment. So I actually don't think parking will get too much in the way of the density on this. I think it is a little more of a discussion on the small scale, actually.
Yeah. I agree. I think that I agree with all the comments that have been made. And I think this comment maybe applies both here and for small scale. It would be interesting to see if we could find more examples to provide other credit for parking outside of frontage. I'm not totally familiar with other areas that have kind of found ways, shared parking, other forms of providing credit for kind of existing parking infrastructure of various types that exist within a certain proximity of the site. But it would be interesting to at least know if, it would be interesting for me to at least explore opportunities for more avenues to get credit for parking spaces, whether that's, in this case, a just percentage reduction, like a ratio, or actual credit for individual spaces. Not to say that they're reserved for that site, but, as we all experience, we don't always park in the same place. I think we have so much parking all over the place. I think this could be an opportunity to explore how do we share what's already there? How do we better utilize what's already there? And so it could be, if we have time or internal ability to kind of research those credit opportunities, that'd be interesting.
A couple of things I would just add to this conversation is that keep in mind where this applies, right? It's the R60 and R90 zones, and a lot of places where we have parking infrastructure, we have CR zone. And so we're talking about, it's not going to be right here on Georgia Avenue. It's going to be further down on Georgia Avenue where you don't really have parking garages nearby. The other thing is, just one of the things that comes up in conversation, as Ben mentioned, this is something that we hear about a lot, is if we provide a credit for the space that's in front of the house, as opposed to saying we're going to reduce the requirement because there is space in front of the house. But if you give a credit for the space in front of the house, then there's an assumption by that property owner, that is my space. And, this is something that, we oftentimes have to point out to people, that is not your space in front of your house. It is so I parked in front of my neighbor's house the other day and I didn't feel bad about it, right? But if, you get to this where you say, no, you get a credit. I got a credit for that space. That space is mine. And once you start getting to that level of conversation, we open up other, Pandora's box too.
Except when it snows and I shoveled out that spot.
I have my beach chair in that shoveled space.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
that
not
makes
wrong
sense.
on that one, honestly.
That makes sense in terms of how we kind of frame it, as long as we kind of end in a similar place.
Yeah, and just to think, I think there's absolutely a psychological sense of ownership. Even if you don't make that even if you don't give that credit, I think that psychological sense of ownership exists. But I think what we're saying is the public has invested in an infrastructure, and that infrastructure is public, and we are crediting the fact that we have provided a road, we have provided a curb, we have provided all the drainage and stuff necessary. We will assume that cars can park around there, and those are availability to park. So I don't disagree with the psychological aspect. I'm saying that mostly we have invested in infrastructure that is in front of this particular piece of property and unit. I think it's reasonable to, from that standpoint, credit it toward what we have a policy preference of having parking for cars. Like, we can credit that toward. I think it's,
I will say the existing code does actually let you take credit if your improvement to the frontage added street parking that wasn't there before. That's already in the code now for all users. So there's a low level sense of that. But if it existed before you came in, I don't think you can reclaim that credit.
Yeah, I'm merely looking at it from the sense of, like, there are existing parking places in proximity to this particular piece of property that are that have been created by public investment, and so that's merely my own. And they'll yell at you and park in front of them anyway. So it's, I know, what are you going to do? But I understand the point.
So I'm hearing we'll keep this for now. We're going to re-talk about parking with small scale, and that may trigger us to want to go back and look at this. But for now, we'll leave as is. So as we alluded to, we have received a number of pieces of correspondence, sort of both verbally that we heard here, through phone calls that have been written in. Ms. Scavone has been going to an endless number of both night meetings and crack of dawn meetings to speak to different citizen associations that have had different varying levels of reception towards these policies. We're still working on this comment matrix we talk about. It's been difficult. We're almost done. I think it'll probably, by the next report, hopefully it'll be an attachment that we can share, just so you can visualize everything we actually have heard and how either we're already addressing it or why we aren't addressing it. Most of the comments we've received have really been focused on small scale housing. Most of the comments, I think, the few we've received for the medium and larger scale have generally supported the idea and concept. Only a couple of people have kind of come out just saying they don't like it. So that's just sort of an update where we are there. And again, an update, on our schedule to try to get this wrapped up in June. This is our tentative timeline that, again, we'll change either the subjects or timing as, depending on what we have to study, how much stuff, where we get bogged down or not, but we're hoping to stick to this. So that concludes our presentation.
I see how you're trying to cross off those as quickly as possible.
I have closed medium scale out. We cannot talk anymore about it. Sorry.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. This is our first work session, and it's really good to get into it and learn about what has happened in the past. And thank you for working with us, and we look forward to the next session next week. Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Well, this ends our board meeting for today. Thank you.